catching all the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light in the darkest times? You make it bright, Life's dream dreams, we're all by your side, Come on, do what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, Shelly, Shelly, you're our life's sweet star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar-coated blues. Taking melody, then get out the way. Jersey girl with something to lose. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From Bulls to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take a hike. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight, living it up, feeling so right. Yeah, New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Life stream queen with a million smiles, and she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? Every time you make it right. Life stream queens with a wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a life stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Hey, happy Friday. It's February 23rd, 2024, 9:33 a.m. on the East Coast. It is cold. But otherwise, I think the sun is out. I can't really tell. My windows are covered by blackout curtains because, the world sucks. But hey, hi, welcome to I'm Shelly, your mouthy mama talking trash and truth. This is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. I don't know why I can't get through that intro lately. I don't know. I've been saying it. I must have said it 100 times. But anyway, let's say hi to everybody out there on this happy Friday. Looking forward to the weekend. You got in YouTube winning reality first. Always, honey. Always first. And we have Wolfram, who wipes his paws, lopes, and howls. Ow, baby. He said, good M, talk trash and truth, winning reality. Over on the Rumble side, we got Darth Hideous. Good morning, friends, Riri's and Riri's who are friends. I mean, really, if your friends aren't Riri's, are they really your friends? I mean, we pick like the weirdest people. Happy Friday, Darth. And Daisy Girl shaking her little doggy butt over there doing the pug dance. Hi, honey. Good day to you. T-Rex Trucking. Good M, everyone. It's been a minute. Well, we've been here. I don't know where you've been. Meg suggests a new intro. Try. No. I happen to love my intro. Winning did that intro for me. That intro, I believe, was my Christmas present. I forget when he did the other one. What's now an outro was my intro. I don't know. He's all in charge of my intros and outros. That's how it is. It's never too late to weaponize autism. Well, the tisms are all out there. Today, I want to kind of talk a little bit about sexism and not the way you think. Because I've talked about feminism. I've talked about the whole thing where women are just going crazy thinking they, and I was in that group, thinking, oh, independence, I could do what I want and say what I want. And no. So, T-Rex, Wolfram said, be right back. Frickin' business meetings. I know. I put frickin' in there just for you because I can't read all those symbols. T-Rex said, I've been home for the week, so doing home things, but I got a doggo first for the truck. Got a doggo for the truck. I know, crypto. In case, spoiler. Anyway, sorry, I'm excited about the name. The fact that you thought you had to like tell me that that was Superman's dog really hurt my feelings. Really did. Like, how dare you? How dare you question me on comics? Damn it. Uh, I just mean the words part that come after the intro. Yeah, no. I don't have a whole like I like the ending that I have because that's so something that I would say. Like, really, I just fucking sat down. Like, my kids do that to me all the time. I'm like, do you have like a sensor or something? The minute my ass hits the seat, ma, it's like, God damn it. They don't do it as much, but they still do it. T-Rex, I just wanted to make sure you didn't think it was after the money. After the money? Who's after the it wasn't after I still don't get it. I just wanted to make sure you didn't think it was after the money? What, the puppy? Because why would you oh, yes, Smallville. No. Oh, okay. See, now you confused me because crypto in Smallville, they used in a storyline as they were like bank robbers. So they used the dogs to like help them rob banks. That's why I made that connection. See, I know more than you do. But after cryptocurrency, no, why would you do that? You're not that deepity. Like, no. Mm-mm. I'd have something to say if it is. Anyway, today is Friday. It's a good day. I slept about 6 hours, which for me is like, woohoo. 6 hours straight. That's a freaking masterpiece, man. I'm excited today because as soon as I get off of here, I get to go check out what's happening in the Fannie Willis case. That resumes today, in case anybody's wondering. Should be starting pretty soon. But I mean, I'm not going to rush out of here or anything. It's just I'll catch up when I catch up. T-Rex Shelly, boy, do I have stuff to tell you later. I learned some stuff. Oh, lovely. Okay, well, in a little bit, when I wrap up, I'm going to be going to watch the Fannie Willis case because it's fascinating to me. It's like watching a soap opera, but like, a really trashy, like political one. It kind of reminds me of the beginning of House of Cards, but with more like ridiculousness. I really liked House of Cards before. So it's like, but winning. I can't. Yeah, no, House of Cards was really good in the beginning. And then I don't know, like by like the third season, I was like, all right, this is crap. But it was really good in the beginning. It was very juicy. This Fannie Willis case just seems to be like juicy like that, but in a kind of gross way. And I just love to watch them get up there and just lie. I love watching people get up on the witness stand and lie. Oh my God, that was the best part of the Johnny Depp trial for me, was just watching who was lying and who wasn't. Because, I put myself through these like tests where I like assess people's body language and stuff. And I remember sitting there going, no, oh, there it is. The jury's got to see that. So, I mean, really, I love it because I watch this thing and I'm like, does she really find herself believable? Like, she came storming up in that courtroom, demanded to be put on the witness stand, like to, testify or whatever, or answer questions, however you want to put it. And I was like, girl, you are so mad. There's no way you're coming across to anybody as not guilty. There's no fucking way, because she's so defensive and so aggravated and so condescending. And it was just like he was like, he looks like he needs help tying his shoes in the morning. But her, oof, that was amazing. Granted, they did think that her dress was on backwards, but it wasn't. It was just, instead of it being the $150 Nordstrom dress they thought it was some $40 knockoff from friggin' some I don't know, Amazon or whatever. But it was just a $40 crap dress with that ugly ass zipper in the front. It I don't know why she wore that. It did nothing for her figure on TV. It showed every cottage cheese ripple in her ass. It showed some flat, ugly ass titties. Like, but now I was looking at her go, bitch, now I know why you paid him 600 grand allegedly for him to fuck you with the dick that didn't work. Like, you really don't make good life decisions. It's like, all right, I kind of married the same fucking piece of crap, but I didn't give him no 600 grand. Like, get the fuck out of here. Once it was like, what do you mean it's not working? Like, you're intimidated? Well, you're gonna be a lot more intimidated. I'm going back to work. And I just worked like 16 hours a day because I was like, fuck it, there ain't nothing waiting for me at home. But yeah, no, it was so bad. I love it. I really do. It's so sad. Dorothea's pushitical theater. More like pussitical theater. Jesus Christ, is one just freaking dumb twat after another. Fuck, hate watching that trash. I love it. I love it because I really do. Like, I'm like, I sit there going, oh, are they lying? Let me see how I can figure out if they're lying. And I always know. Always know. You say that like you had $650,000 of the government's money to give someone, though. I mean, come on. Not for nothing. Good D is worth a lot, but it ain't worth no 650 grand. And bad D is worth not even 650 pennies. Like, give me a break, unless I could throw them at you and laugh mockingly. I know that came out so mean, but dude, I have trauma when it comes to, you know, ED, because Lord, you never want to have to come face to face with that. I mean, pardon the phrasing. It's not like it's a danger. It's not like the Rust gun. It's, this one's not loaded. Or at least the trigger don't work. But yeah, no, that I'm sorry, dude. I think it's hilarious that she shelled out that much money for basically attention. That's all she got, was like a little attention. And it's like, all right, attention is a good thing, but stop. Like, did you really think you were never going to get called on the carpet for it? I love watching them put her feet to the fire. I love watching him squirm. The best was her dad with his magnifying glass. He whipped that thing out. I was like, yep, I told you guys. That officially taught me that I don't want to hear shit about racism in Atlanta, because anywhere else, like, when would you ever picture now, don't get me wrong, but like a black man getting on the stand and reaching into his book bag, because that's what it was, suddenly going, wait a minute, reach into his book bag and whip something out as fast as he did, and nobody flinched? Nobody flinched. Good goddamn well, if that was a New York court, he'd be Swiss cheese on the floor. He would have never even got to pull his hand back out of the bag. He could have been getting a tissue. They don't care. They'll pop, 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 pop. And that would have been it. But no, the judge didn't even flinch, just kind of looked at him like, what is this? Oh, he did not pull out a magnifying glass. He sure did. He sure did. I don't know which would have been worse, the magnifying glass, or if he would have pulled out another set of glasses and put those on top of his glasses. Because I've seen somebody do that before. They're like, I don't want to get bifocal, so I just wear 2 pairs of glasses. Yeah, that makes sense. You look great. Like, that it wasn't her money. She shelled out other people's money for attention. I hope they give her a helicopter ride. I'm pretty sure she was hoping he would give her a helicopter show, but that didn't happen. Fanny is a shepherd from Germany. If you know, you know. Oh, yes. It's hilarious because I watched a whole thing, a whole compilation of Drex explaining what a German shepherd was. Because I knew what it was, but I hadn't seen like all the clips put together. OMG, I was dying. I was like, see, he ain't right. I mean, he wasn't wrong, but he ain't right. Like, he's just not. Oh Lord, Winning said, "Hey, so meet up with anyone new lately, T-Rex?" T-Rex said, "When in reality, I did, but not like that, with a winky face. But I've been talking to a new girl from a dating app and been flirting with somebody else too. Nice. So it's good, and also some terrible, terrible news as well. Don't tell me terrible, terrible news now, because you know how I am. Tell me later. This mouse is just not. I'm not loving it. So that's on my agenda for today. I'm going to do the whole Fannie Willis thing. Wanted to mention moon landing. How exciting was that? That none of us knew about it. I didn't see crap about it. Did anybody else see it? Like, it should have been splashed everywhere. Nothing. Like, that's the kind of stuff I want to hear about. When and I were talking about, he was like, "I'm gonna piss off those flat earthers." Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. But the Odysseus, or Odie as they're calling it, landed on the moon, first time in over 50 years. It landed well, and it's already running data. So we'll see what comes of that. Hopefully something, I don't know, something new. I'm dying for some new good news. Just anything at this point. Are they still pretending to land shit on the moon? Yes, they are. And I am here for it. I am here for it. It was an unmanned um, device or whatever the hell it was, craft. The flat earthers see through this gaslight. Yes, because the high intellect and excellent research methods that they have. Yes, I'm sure they did, Zard. Listen, I have a special soft spot in my heart for flat earth because it was Winning's flat earth show where everything just went to shit. So it's just like, all right, it was the big blow up, but it had to happen. It was good. It was good. That was a very exciting show. If anybody wants to, find out what happened, they can go and watch it on Rumble. It's his Flat Earth special from, I want to say, the first week of June, like June 9th or June 11th, something like that. Christ is King. I know this isn't new good news. No, it's good news, but it's just, that's not new. I knew that. I mean, it's new and then I knew it. There you go. So you did it, but not the way I wanted. T-Rex said, "Nope, I can't tell you in public." Oh, that sucks. See, now I'm going to be curious. I got to put it out of my head. Anyway, what else happened yesterday when I woke up? Everybody was going nuts. We have no phone service. There's no phone service. It's an attack. Oh my goodness. Then it was solar flares, and then it was AT&T is just Riri, and there was a whole big outage of phones across the country for AT&T. Apparently, they came back and said that it was not a solar flare because that happened mostly across South America, well, South Africa, around there. And it would have knocked out all the phones, not just AT&T's. So they're saying it wasn't an attack either. But the last time that they had a cyber attack, they said it wasn't a cyber attack. If it is, if it isn't, I don't know. I know everybody's willing to run with it. They're all saying, "Oh, China, 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 China. It's going to be China." I don't know that it's China. I don't know that it's not. I know that a lot of very fit, serious-looking Chinese men have crossed the border into the United States. Lots and lots and lots of them, which for me is troubling. Everybody passing illegally over the borders, north and south, that's troubling. But I don't see anything being done about it, other than Texas putting up tons of razor wire and trying their damnedest to protect their land. I don't see the North doing anything. And the thing is, they were saying that it's easier for them to come in the North. They could just fly into Canada and walk into New York. And then they walk across New York. They go to New York City, where they are now getting their debit cards. So why not make the trek with your family when you're all going to get free money, free housing, free food, everything. And all you got to do is just here, allegedly, sign your name here. No, it's okay. You don't need ID. I take you at your word. What's your name? Juan Carlos? That's great. That's great. And you're who? Oh, you're Jose Colon? Okay. Like, just anywhere, any name you have, just write it down, write your signature, and here, when it comes time to vote, remember, Democrats were here for you. Like, that's what they do. They didn't do it to that extent in Hoboken, but that's always been the thing. They don't really poll around town because they figure, everybody with property taxes and everything else, of course they're going to vote Democrat. They go down the projects and they pull people in. And hey, didn't your son graduate from high school soon? Is he going to college? No? He's going to need a job, huh? He's a good boy. He'd probably work well for the city. You should make him apply. Let me know. I'll send you in the direction of the right application. It's what they do. It's what they do. They have their little figureheads down there that they're the leaders of the groups. Usually women. I hate to say it. And they go around and they get the big favors, and then the favors trickle down onto everybody else. And they say, hey, remember when you had that problem getting an apartment upgrade? I was there for you. So remember, my boy is up for re-election. I need you to vote a certain way. Yeah, don't worry. He's for us. He's one of us. He's going to be there for us. We're going to win if we do this. And they're like, oh, yeah, all right. They never look into like the platform. They never look into any of the policies or their values or anything. It's just, oh my God, they're Democrat. They're going to help us. Cool. And check the box. No convincing necessary. Oh, I'm going to get something for free. Okay. And I'm not making fun. I know these people. I've lived with these. I lived down the projects. I'm not too proud to say that I didn't live down the projects. I did. When I was pregnant with Katie, I had no choice. I had nowhere else to live. But I mean, I always hung out down the projects, which is, part of my bad decision making. But I mean, I know how they are, and I know some of the women who do the voting gathering, the convincing or the, leaning on people in a nice way, like, hey, we're like family. Families do the same thing. You can't have other speech. You go down there, you promise them something. They may never get it. It doesn't matter. By the next election, they'll forget. But that's what they do. And they're like, you know what? Oh, you're not registered. We take care of that. We'll take care. Oh, you don't have a ID? Somebody will take you to the DMV. You don't have your papers? Don't worry. We'll get them. They start months before getting everybody ready. And then who runs the polling stations? The people they pay. I'll tell you, they just call us up and they're like, hey, I need you to work from like 5 to 8, like 5 a.m. to 8. Oh, okay. Just show up, get the books ready. You know what to do. Yeah, we know what to do. Hey, cool gamer. Happy Friday. Dart said, oh, no, Judge Maddie. Hey, Judge Maddie. I didn't even, you snuck in here. Look at you. Welcome. Happy Friday. 50 years ago, they promised me jetpacks, flying cars, and sex robots. Nada. All I got was Chang. Not true. We got those little, the freeze-dried ice cream. What are they called? Dots. You got Tang, you got freeze-dried ice cream, and well, really, I think like the pull-up diapers were not a thing until like space. So they made Depends like really popular. So I don't care if they go back to the moon. I want them to go to the moon. I want them to find something exciting. Jeez. There's a comedian that said they went to the moon and they're like, it's a whole bunch of rock. Like, what did you bring back? I brought rock. We have rock. Look around. We live on a rotating rock. Like, we've got rock. Can't you bring back something exciting? And they're like, he goes, we're ready for monsters. Can you just have been like, oh, like there's a monster. Just fuck with us. It was so funny though, because I mean, how funny would that have been? Neil Armstrong like running away, going, "It's a monster! Like it's Bigfoot. Look, it's blurry." Why is Bigfoot always blurry? Always, never fails. He's always blurry. God, they can take a perfect image of an ant from a satellite, but nobody can get a picture of Bigfoot. Come on, come on. And I'm supposed to be like, Tang dots and spam. Yes, I love spam. I love fried spam. God, it's so bad for you. It's not even real food, but it's so good. Cat Ninja, happy Friday. Oh, look, the rumble is all full and up. Filling up, filling up. Cool gamer. I think I said happy Friday to you. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. My brain is doing a weird thing today. I was typing earlier and I kept typing one word over and over, like trying to type. I kept trying to type out the word choose and I kept typing choice. And I delete it, go back, type it again, and I choose. And I'm spelling it in my head and my fingers were typing choice. So that just means that I'm going to have some type of day, but it's all right. We roll with it. I'm not going to get upset about it. I'm not going to, give a shit. I'm not going to type. So that'll be that. As long as it doesn't happen when I'm writing or like speaking. Because if I start just speaking things that don't make any sense, let me know. Because I can't always tell. Like my brain will interpret whatever I'm saying as exactly what I wanted to say, and that's not what came out. So just let me know. I know I'm having a little bit of a flare up the last 2 days. My shoulder's super, super swollen. But that's all right. We roll with it. This too shall pass. So yeah, so we did the phone. Oh, for anybody out there, this isn't really news, but I mean it's kind of interesting. Toyota did a recall on their 2002 to 2022 to 2024 Tundras, Sequoias, and their Lexus LX600 series because one, the headrests, like the head restraints, are not working properly, and you could get very badly injured if you're in an accident. And two, for some reason, when you put it in neutral, it keeps going. It doesn't stop. So it's just, that's bad. That's bad. So anybody out there who has those, in case you didn't hear, maybe look into that. They're doing a full recall. Saturday, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. It's the South Carolina GOP primary, and it will be Donald Trump against hashtag Never Nikki. And I can't with that woman. I might as well just call her like, Kickery or something, because she's like a combination of Hillary and her, and it's just an ugly freaking thing to look at. And she swears, even though she knows she's going to lose. That's the thing. She knows she's going to lose because she said, even if I lose, I'm not quitting. No, that you're saying that because you know you're going to lose. You know you're going to stay in it, and you just look stupid. You look foolish. You look shady as hell. So, like, you're drawing more attention to how, like, untrustworthy and, like, I guess, stupid you are. Because staying in it and wasting more money and time is not a smart move. You're showing you have no intelligence. You are all emotion. And you have bad impulse control and bad decision-making skills. Let's just face it. Because every smart person that went up against him who came out at even higher than you did, friggin' quit. They were like, no, I can't win this. Let me step back and support my party. Nope, not her, because that's not really her party. Sorry about that. It's early. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And I will be watching Winning Saturday Night at either 8 or 9 o'clock. He'll be doing his show and he'll be covering that as well. So I enjoy watching that with on Winning's channel. He always has a lot of little clips and interviews and stuff like that that go around that. So it's always a fun night. So if you can join me there, I would appreciate it very much. And then Sunday night, I have the show with Winning, um, the old school watch party. We'll be doing The Power of Nightmares, part 3. If you haven't watched the other 2, please watch them and catch up. They're really interesting. And then we'll be watching Demolition Man, which I asked for, and he very nicely said, "Yeah, if it's all right, we'll do that one." Because I love that movie. And so much of that is like we're living it now. So it's like, so it should be fun. So join him Saturday night, tomorrow night, 8 or 9 o'clock. He's not sure yet. I'd say he's probably going to go at 8 o'clock, but who knows? And just because I said that, he'll probably go at 9 because he's a struns like that and likes to be contrary. But that's what I like about him. He keeps me on my toes. And then Sunday night, 8 o'clock, we'll be watching documentary, old school documentary. As you know, we always start on YouTube and Rumble and Twitter. And then we just switch to Twitter and Rumble because free speech is a thing. And we enjoy being able to say things without having to watch the stream health and going, oh my goodness, they're going to take down my stream. So, yeah, that's. If you heard the news about Google and everything this week and YouTube, it's just going to get worse. It's going to get worse and worse, and the news is going to tighten, and we're not going to be able to even say hello without getting permission first. Whether it's by their design or by their, their bot design or whatever, their AI or whoever, they're going to clamp down really, really hard. And they're making it very, very difficult to stream. They're making it difficult for people to be themselves, to speak freely and openly the way we were promised we would always be able to. It is our right as citizens of the U.S. to speak our minds without fear of persecution or censorship. And yeah, if you say something wrong, like again, they say, I know you can't scream fire. You can. You absolutely have the right to scream fire in a movie house. And they absolutely have the right to arrest you for creating a panic. Like, that's what you could say whatever you want, but there's consequences. There's consequences. They're not even letting us say what we want. They're just giving us consequences without, anything being done or said. It's like, oh, we're going to punish you for your own good. We're taking this away because you're too stupid to regulate your own self. And people we can't let them like listen to all this false stuff and whatever. And then we turn around in a couple months, find out none of it was false, and they just shut you up because they didn't want you to know. So that's what we're always here fighting against. That's Winning's thing. That's my thing. I think all of us on here really relish our ability to speak our minds. The right to speak our minds, to give our opinions, to give our takes on things. Because otherwise, what's the point? Might as well just be a robot. Like Judge Maddie said, like, they promised us robots. Well, guess what? They didn't exactly fail. They're just trying. It's taking long because they're turning us into the robots. So we're going to be the Rosies of the world. That's a Jetsons reference, if anybody. Not Roseanne Barr. I wish everybody was like Roseanne Barr. God, it would be a loud planet, but I love her. Oh, see, that's my people right there. That's my people. Bigfoot equals blurry. Yes, absolutely. Happy Friday. Darth, at least you're not a total loser when you type. That one bothers me. Well, I mean, if you want to stop a vehicle, I'd recommend using the brakes, not the transmission. Yeah, but when you're in neutral on flat ground, your car should not continue to advance if you've been at a dead stop. It shouldn't move unless somebody's pushing it or there's an angle involved. So you got those people who like put it in neutral and think that they could just sit there and whatever. And they're, no, you're just going to keep going. You're going to hit something. You look like a female stereotype in politics, Nikki. Go home, you drunk, but nice, lovely. Jacob, happy Friday. Popping in to say howdy. Got to get on the road. All right. Have a good one. Have safe travels, please. Gemini AI are really, really racist guy. Yeah. The people, because the people are retarded. Yep. Well, from Pounces in, I'm back. Oh, I'm glad. Hang out, man. Hang out. Judge Maddie, I was supposed to have a Pharaoh robot. Well, how she turned out kind of crazy. I don't know if you want that one. Looks like her, maybe. Like a Farrah Fawcett ATM. That was the thing that I liked the most about the new Stepford Wives, the movie. It's not new anymore, but it's like the latest version was that she was an ATM. I thought that was hilarious. AI must be too. Yep. So that's what I got going on. That's what happened this week. That's what's going on this weekend. It should be a good weekend. I'm happy about it. But I was thinking yesterday. I was like, what am I going to talk about? What am I going to talk about? And I keep seeing all these feminist things and anti-feminist, and then you got all these different opinions. And I was like, they kept bringing up bad decisions, bad decisions, bad decisions. And I was like, God, I've made so many bad decisions. And I'm like, but why did I make those decisions? And like on Wednesday's show, we figured out a lot of my bad decisions stem from, complex post-traumatic stress syndrome. It's just a lot of abuse as a child and neglect and shame and guilt and all that goes with it. But I was thinking, I hate labels, and I get these labels from different people, and I knock myself out trying to live up to them because they think like this one thinks that, I'm Wonder Woman, and this one thinks I'm like, a sex kitten, and this one thinks I'm like whatever. And so I have to play to the part that they want me to play to make them happy because, again, CPTSD, I'm a people pleaser because I'm always afraid people are going to leave if they're not like over the moon happy with the things I do. Like I'm not allowed to make any mistakes. And I do make them. I make them all the time. Just colossal mistakes. But I was thinking about it and I was like, you know what? I was like, I always do that. And I bitch about it, but I do it just as much. As much as it's done to me, I do it to other people, but I think we all do. And the people who are the most pigeonholed by their labels that we put on them are men. Women don't have that many categories. I mean, I guess they do if you talk to a guy and ask him for it, and I'll do another stream on that. But this one is just about men. So you have like the nice guy and the bad boy, right? Like that's what you grow up looking at. Like we start out going, oh, he's a nice guy. Oh, he's a bad boy. Like, like you have this set stereotype in your head the minute those words are put on somebody. Like it's not that we look at somebody and then we make like different judgments or whatever once we get to know them. We literally have these categories set up in our heads. Babies and sandwiches. There's your pigeonhole. But see, that's a good thing, babies and sandwiches. Like, I wish I could go make babies. I could still make sandwiches, but I wish I could make more babies. I would make babies till the day I died. That's the best thing on the planet. But when it comes to women, like we have so many different categories and ways of describing men. So many. Wait, I just thought of another one. So some of these, like, I want to just go over like this list. I made this list of all different things that we call them. And I want this to be like an exercise for you guys. Like, I want you to imagine, like, let yourself visualize what each one of these things conjures up in your mind. Now, like I said, we tend to we tend to throw everybody in a box, like they're all in their own little categories. And girls start out in life, you want to find yourself a good man, and you're told that a good man, a God-fearing man, or whatever. And like your parents, your cousins, your aunts, your uncles, your great grandparents, your grandparents, your teachers, your clergymen, everybody, the media, like TV, books that you read, everything feeds into building these stereotypes. And you think, we think stereotypes, we're like, all right, so you got, like stereotype for black people, stereotype for white people, stereotype for man, stereotype for women, stereotype for lesbians, stereotype for gays. And you think it's like one big thing, but there's so much underneath that. Each one of those has like countless different things. And I don't think you realize the profiles that you make up for these names. It's instant that you make these connections, and it can really be damaging. It could be really, really damaging. Like, if you want to totally destroy somebody, right? Like their reputation, you take one or two of their worst characteristics or their most shameful characteristics or their bad decisions, and you find a way to say it without saying it, right? So if you could just outright say it, or you could, go and be a little more subtle about it. Like with Johnny Depp. What did they do to Johnny Depp? How did they, you know, change how we saw him? Because we saw him as like he was always cool, right? He was cool. He was a rebel. He was a little weird, which didn't have a negative connotation. It was just like he was out there, right? He wasn't like everybody else. He was quirky because he was a good actor. If he was a sucky actor, we would have been like, oh, he's a fucking weirdo or whatever. But because we liked him and he was a good actor and his movies were entertaining, he was quirky. He was quirky. And it was said with a smile. And so everybody, you felt better about calling him that. That wasn't a bad thing. And then this woman comes out and she's like, he wasn't quirky. He's mentally deranged. Like he's a junkie. He's a druggie. He's a drunk. He's he's an abuser. He's this and he's that. Every bad thing that she could, say about him, she did. But she tried to play it off like he was this rockin' like raisin hell drunk Lothario whose thing didn't work, right? Like, but she definitely used like, oh well, he's a tough guy, or oh, he thinks he's a badass, or he thinks whatever. But she would do things like, even she would relate it to, well, he was a pirate in the movie. Like she was like, oh, like you're gonna believe a guy who convinced you he has scissors for fingers? Nobody thought he had scissors for fingers. Like, but she kept trying to create this mental image of some dangerous being or some farcical, like not to be believed narcissist, when she was the one. She was projecting. She was actually taking everything that she said and did, allegedly, and throwing it on him and hoping it would stick, except he didn't have that personality that she did. And it was quite evident when we really looked at them. But she was successful in the beginning with a lot of people convincing him that, well, he did drugs. He's a druggie. How do you think of druggies? You think that they are impulsive. They're unpredictable. They're often violent. The only thing that matters to them are their drugs. They become numb inside. So they become almost like these monsters. And then she would use that monster term. Oh, it's the monster. Whatever, lady. Like, and I use that term loosely. But she projected this horrible, violent, dangerous, not to be trusted, not to be liked. We have to be rid of him. He must be punished. All by saying a couple, things about him, like just saying, oh, well, he's a druggie. He's a drug addict. And that does what? That tells me he has an addiction problem. It doesn't tell me anything else. But in my head, because I didn't want it to tell me anything else, I knew what she was trying to make me believe. I knew she was trying to make me believe that he was this wild, out of control, has, like not accountable for his actions because it's not really him. He's high on substances so that, he's unpredictable and he's unmanageable and he acts out of character. Of course, he punched me in the face because he was on drugs. Meanwhile, she's the drug addict and she's the drunk. I mean, he had wino on his arm. She had wino in her system. So it's like, what the fuck? But she was able to do that. And that's the power of stereotypes and of judging people based on, like just one little thing and running with it. Wolfram said, like in the Adam Montgomery case, a crack and heroin addict who unalived his 3-year-old daughter allegedly. Yeah, I did see a little something about that. I did. And you don't know. But what we think when you think crack and heroin addict, you're not thinking upstanding citizen. You're not thinking somebody who's in control of, their actions or their higher brain functions. You think of somebody who's strung out and fiending and like dirty and just capable of anything, right? I think, drug addict, I think shit business. Come on. I mean, you think if she could do that, but she was also just a psycho too. Like she didn't need to be on drugs to be psychotic. I saw that in the courtroom. Jesus. But again, it's a negative connotation. The thing is, we have so many more for men specifically. So like I said, you grow up and you're told, here, this is what you want, this is what you need. You want a man, and it's all the little categories, the subcategories. You want a provider. You want a protector. You want a good husband who's going to be faithful, hardworking, dedicated to the family. You want, him to be a good daddy. You want somebody who's kind, but, strong. And all these words go into the whole, and they're all these characteristics, and they sum it up with, you just want a good man. Okay, so you spend my whole life building up what a good man is. But they don't really say how he is. They just kind of they didn't cover that for me. They just said, somebody who provides, somebody who's going to be there, somebody who loves you, somebody who's going to protect, whatever, all these different things. But they didn't say if he was going to, be a nice guy. Like, they never told me what to look for. And they didn't tell me that I might not be, wholeheartedly attracted to that, because I was taught to be attracted to the other. I mean, let's face it. I grew up in a time where, you went for the bad boy. And it's funny because in X-Men, when, Wolverine tried to kiss Jean, she was like, no, Logan. She was like, girls flirt with the bad boy. They don't marry him. And she wasn't wrong. Unfortunately, I watched that movie and heard that line way too late in my life for it to have made the impact that it made when I heard it. Would have been helpful. But let's look at that. I want you to really, really think about what these mean to you. And I'm going to go through how I see them. Because today we're just going to discuss the different titles for men and the imagery that they bring up. Because I think it's interesting. And I think it's really, really judgmental of us. Lady Awesome, hi. Happy Friday. Just caught up to live. Cool. It's 4:20 somewhere. It is 4:20 somewhere. Light it up. I will not partake, but thank you. I know there are definitely rumblers that are ready to partake. Maybe a couple YouTubers. But happy 4:20 to whoever's out there on this happy Friday. I'll light up a regular cigarette with you because, I don't want you to do it alone. That's It's just not on, man. It's just not on. So nice guy or bad boy? I know that when I was growing up, I wanted the nice guy. I did. However, I was always drawn to the bad boy. Who wasn't? Yeah, and she wasn't wrong. That's the one you flirt with. That's the one that's fun. You go, you get a little wild, whatever. Not good things to do, but at that point, I was messed up mentally, so that was all I ever wanted to do. So that's what I did. I always do what I want to do. But there were other guys. Like, you think about it. You think about when you say a tough guy. I grew up with tough guys, watching them on TV. Tough guy was, Sylvester Stallone. Rocky was a tough guy, right? That's the first thing I think of when I think tough guy. I think Rocky or John Wayne. I know John Wayne was like, like he was the quintessential, like, cool fucking dude. But I mean, I think McClintock, like, he was a tough dude. He could fight, he could love, he could do all these things. And in my head, that's what a tough guy was. It was somebody who was big and physically intimidating. What do you think of when you think of tough guy? I think physically intimidating. I think somebody who's kind of quiet, deep voice, kind of gruff when he talks, like everything is kind of like growled out. I'm thinking big shoulders, big arms, kind of like apish, like that big hulky kind of, like stance with the arms that kind of bow out. They walk like with purpose. They never walk fast. They never run, because God help them. Because they don't have to. They just walk slowly after you, pick you up and beat your ass. But like a tough guy that's the one that walks into the biker bar and nobody fucks with him. It's the one that goes into a convenience store and everybody's on alert, that makes like, people skittish. That's what I think of. We have different names for it now, right? We have like alpha males, or we have sigma males. Sigma is more like the loner and the rebel. But on the higher end of it. But like, you think tough guy, you think alpha male, right? Toughness is mental. Well, it is, but most of the people that say that are the ones who are not physically tough, or don't at least appear physically tough. Never judge a book by its cover. And that's what I'm talking about. What's what we do. Size has very little, if fuck all, to do with toughness. Okay, but that's your thing. Oh, Mike. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Usually if you present as a tough guy, it's because you're actually a puss man. I mean, that's not true. Some guys they grew up being told to be tough by their fathers who were also tough. They grew up harder than other people, like, no pun intended. But they did. They grew up, they had to be that typical tough guy. And now we use it in a derogatory way. We're like, oh, we use some tough guy. Like, because you want to fuck with them. But it's definitely a instant stereotype that you pull up in your head, right? So that would be like the alpha male, like the alpha male. What else do they call it? If you say like, oh, he's a man's man. What do you think of when somebody says, oh, he's a man's man? I think of a bunch of guys around a poker table, like drinking whiskey and beer and smoking cigarettes and cigars and playing with actual money and just shit talking, like just shit talking the whole time. That's how I picture like a man's man. When they're like, oh, if there's problems, like he'll take care of it. You don't need to worry about it. That's a man's man in my head. Again, I would love to know what you guys think of when I say these things. So just let me know. And then you got, and like I said, we're going through the whole list of different like titles. It's not going to take that long. But I did want to like go over like my imagery of them, because I don't. Castro, hi honey, happy Friday. Man's man sounds gay. Well, I mean, come on now. Damn it, I don't have the gay one. Oh, I wish I did. Anyway, since you said gay, I have to.
Stop eating beans. Bangers and mash. Beans on toast. Stop.
That one really makes me laugh. I don't know why. Lady Awesome definitely sounds gay. I mean, but that's what they used to say. I always thought that sounded like weird. I was like, a man's man. Like, I actually had to go and like figure it out for myself because to me it always came across, yeah, a little gay. It really did. And that's so not what they meant. They meant like a dude that would be proud, you'd be proud to be friends with. Like a dude's dude. That's another one. Like when you think of a dude, what do you think of? What imagery springs to mind when you go, yeah, he that dude over there? I automatically go to like the beach kind of surfer look, like the surfer skater look. Always. I don't know why. He's always very beachcomby. A dude to me is a little bit like Spicoli from Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Like that would be my dude. Like, you know, but that's a dude, right? That's who I think of. So maybe that's not who you think of, which means like a lot of these words that we use are open to interpretation. So you think that you're telling somebody like this apt description of somebody else, and they're thinking something else completely. Michelle likes dude bros. I do. I do like dude bros. I don't know why. I don't know. It's a thing. Whatever. When I think manly men, I think Charlie Sheen and 2.5 Men's. When I think of like a man's man, honestly, like besides the whole like, you know, poker table thing, whatever going on, I kind of think of Mad Men. I think of the advertising guy, what's his last name? Ham from Mad Men. Like he was like a man's man. He was the guy that the other guys wanted to be like. You know, he was the guy they wanted to impress. They sucked up to him because, oh, please be my friend and make me cool too. Like that's what I think of when I think of a man's man. Lady Awesome said, when I think tough guy, I think of a man walking up to an asshat saying, oh, you think you're a tough guy? That may be just me. Yeah, I mean that's part of it because you have the poser tough guys, and then you have the mouthy tough guys, and then you have like the quiet, real tough guys. Like it's like, you know, it's one thing to open your mouth and, you know, that. It's another to shut your mouth and just swing. And I mean, I know a lot of tough guys like that. And I know a lot of tough guys who don't have to swing or, you know, to punch anybody. I know swing gets taken out of context, whatever. But again, language, important. I know a lot of tough guys that don't have to take a swing at you and they don't have to talk back at you. They could just literally be present and control the situation silently, effortlessly, because you look at them and go, what am I? Yeah, no, the odds are not in my favor. Not in my favor. You know, and everybody's like pushing it. You know, go ahead, go. He thinks he's a tough guy. Go ahead. They're like, yeah, go ahead.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
Yep. It's like, go ahead, go to your death. It's fine, but we got your back, like way back. That's when they're like, oh, your friends desert you. And they're like, you can do it. Can you do it? No way. There's no way. But I'm not missing this. With friends like that, you don't need enemies, but we all have had friends like that. Let's face it. They just want to see us just fall on our face. It's hilarious. They're just like, you can't be stupid enough to try to fight this person. Sure I am. Why not? Chico Casio. I got news for you. Yeah, I got news for you. Oh God. The 2.5 Men's theme song. I don't remember how that goes. I'll have to look it up later. If anything, DM it to me so I don't have to look it up because you know I'll forget. Darth Titties, I think Tony Soprano. Tony Soprano in Scarface. His name wasn't Soprano. Tony Montana. I was like, wait a minute. You're mixing your media here. No, but Tony Soprano would be a tough guy. Tony Montana would be a tough guy, but they'd also fall under all these other different um, stereotypes. But that is one of the, yeah, that's a quintessential tough guy archetype, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Same with, like the standard tough guy would be, let's see, who would be a tough guy that goes in there? Dolph Lundgren in Rocky 4. He comes across as a tough guy, kind of brainless, kind of somebody's puppet, just a weapon to be, aimed at somebody and just push the button and off they go. But I mean, he was all, I must break you. Like, yeah, but you didn't. But you didn't. Um, my bad. I'm still only third of the way through coffee number 1 and already done 2 bongs. There you go. There's a combo for you. That's a Friday combo. Love it. Lady also said, thanks, Art. That's not all I have in my head. To hell with that noise. Back to Yuru by Go. YouTube by Go. Oh, okay. We'll be all right. Don't worry. Say goodnight to the bad guy. Brock Lesnar is a tough guy. Who is that in real life? So is Sean Strickland. Sean Strickland definitely is. Oh, Leon the Professional. I love that movie. Love it. He was a tough guy, but he was more, when you think of him, do you think tough guy or do you just think outright like assassin? Like that's the only thing you really think. You look at him and you think danger. You think he's a killer. You're like not to be instantly, like every alarm bell goes off looking at him. Darth Hitty is pretty much required to be associated with the UFC. You got to be a tough kind of guy. Oh yeah. And yeah, size does not matter. Like my sensei, Louis Gavino, he was very tough. He's 5'3", green hair. He would fuck you up just as soon as look at you. But he was a great guy. You just didn't fuck with him. He was the sweetest little teddy bear, and I love my sensei. I did. He was so good to me. But I've seen him like get pushed over the limit. Like I've seen him see somebody else. When they start with him, he just jokes it off. He's like, I don't care. He's like, whatever, say what you want, man. Like you could not get his ire up one-on-one. But if you were like bullying somebody else, he hates bullies. If you were bullying somebody else, he'd be right up in there going, what's the problem here? And they always underestimated him, which I thought was funny. But it was like he walked in there and all of us in the know would just look at him and he had that hard look on his face and like he was just ready for a fight. And he would take you down. Couple hits, quick guillotine later, and you're knocked the fuck out. But he was a tough guy. It didn't matter that he was 5'3". It was in his disposition. It was his attitude. He could bring that out. He didn't have to wear that 24/7. So he fit under different mantles. So he had all these different labels, which was good for him. But again, labels, I think, tend to try to hold you in place because people need to define who you are. They need to anticipate what you're going to do. They need to know how to deal with you in their little lexicon of social behaviors and interactions that they keep stored in their head, right? And you don't even think about it. It's automatic. Stupid 2.5 men things. It's funny. She's singing it. Go ahead, Lady Awesome. I would love to have you get up here and sing that song. That'd be hilarious. All right, so that's like men's men, whatever. Alphas. You think of the alpha, you think of the tough guy, whatever. Think redneck. What do you think immediately the image in your head when somebody says redneck? I think Joe Dirt. That's first thing I think. Joe Dirt or Larry the Cable Guy. Those are the two things I think, which is pretty much just the skinny and big version of the same person. But like, that's what I think. I think ripped off sleeves, flannel, ripped jeans, like really old, baggy, ripped jeans, beige work boots, and a beer in one hand and just, I don't know, a big old smile on their face with a very thick accent. I think Kid Rock. When you redneck, really, for Kid Rock? I don't know. I mean, I think hillbilly when I think him. Ryan the redneck, aka Ryan of Church. No, Mike. No, we know Joe Dirt isn't tough. We're talking about all different labels for all different men. Like for that we bestow upon men, and it's mainly women that do this. Like guys stick to like, all right, like, oh, he's a dude, oh, he's cool, or oh, he's a Finook, or oh, he's a soy boy or whatever. Like they have certain things, but I don't think they use quite as many labels for men as we do. And yeah, no, Joe Dirt is not tough. No, I'm well aware of that, but he is a redneck. Like that's what I see in my head when I think redneck. I think Joe Dirt. When I think hillbilly, I think Kid Rock. I don't know why. Maybe because it's like rockabilly or whatever, but that's the equation that I have in my head. Just like when you say blue collar. When you say blue collar, I automatically think of my family, of all the men in my family. Just men who are wearing a very, like monochrome, like, one tone kind of uniform, usually blue in my head. And they have grease under their nails and they're sweaty sometimes and they're tired, but they're always like, ready to go and do stuff. They're ready to work. They're ready to, really give it like all that energy into creating or fixing something. When I think of blue collar, I think of guys who knows how to fix stuff. Men who work with their hands, men with, who it's all manual labor. These are people who like, they're always going to be just a little out of shape because they're busy working. Like they're putting their nose to the grindstone. They are not afraid of a little elbow grease or a lot of elbow grease. I think when I think blue collar, I think the guys who climb the bridges, who have to paint the bridges and check the cables and all that kind of stuff. I think of garbage men. I think of electricians. I think like trade laborers, basically, when I think blue collar. I don't think of like cooks, like of people who like run restaurants or who work in retail. I don't think of anybody who works like in an office, even if they're not like dressed in like a full suit or whatever. I don't think of them. I think blue collar. I think somebody who works hard, physically works hard. Like that's somebody. And to me, I don't know. It's a better, not better. It's a more secure image to me. Because I grew up with that. That's what I'm used to. Those were not a soy boy. Yes, they are. They're gay, but Lass, you doing okay? You can do as many typos as you want. She said, I'll put my cheaters, my glasses on. Maybe that'll help the typos. It doesn't matter. We can read typo. We are all fluent in typo. It's fine. Tartadia said, never helps me. My fingers go faster than my brain can think. Same. Goddess Pub. Hey, good M. Happy Friday. We're talking about labels and the things we call men to describe them and the images that they bring up. So I'm describing basically what I see in my head when I hear somebody described as a certain word. And I want to know what you guys think, like what image comes up in your head. Because I guarantee that we have similarities, but a lot of us have different traits attributed to these things. So like blue collar always tells me it's somebody who's, they're willing to work. They're not quitters. They're not just calling it in. These are people who I believe put their all into everything. They believe in earning. They believe in providing and protecting. It's just a more solid type of man to me. Now, I'm not putting down any like white collar guys, but I haven't had great experience with them. Like, I haven't known them to be, super, I don't know. I didn't feel safe with them. Right? D'Artagnan, I have a label I'd like you to contemplate. I have so many. Lady Awesome, maybe if I keep going back and forth between Rumble, I'll mess someone up. So now you're going to try to trip us up with your typos? How dare you? Go for it, girl. It's Friday. Everything goes. I'm just here to have a little bit of fun before I go and jump headfirst into the debacle that is Fannie Willis. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Dartidius, what is a real man? Because there's nothing I love more than trying to listen to a woman describe a real man. That's something else entirely. But I mean, if I say, oh, he's a real man, that's somebody, to me, that's somebody who is dependable, but not a pushover. Somebody who is strong, but not unbending, not inflexible, like somebody who's not completely rigid. It's just your mood today, Les. Go for it. I love it. A real man is somebody who takes care of his shit. If he wants a family, then he works through his life. He builds his life to be able to be the head of that family. He doesn't shirk his responsibilities. He picks the female who's going to be a good mother and a good wife according to what he wants. Like, a real man to me is a more traditional man. I don't see these soy boys or these players out here, like these man whores, as real men. I don't see deadbeat fathers as real men. If you are a real man, you own up to your responsibilities, but you're nobody that somebody's going to push around. Like, I've said it before, like, the man, like the real man to me is somebody who acknowledges that I'm quite vexing, but doesn't take my shit. Enjoys it, but doesn't take it. They're like, oh, you're going a little crazy. You're so cute. You can stop now. And I will. Like, but I need somebody who's going to have the grace to say, yeah, that's just who she is, but we got it under control. Like, it's being handled. It's fine. But doesn't hold it against me. Like, doesn't say, well, bitch, you crazy. Like, that. It's more like, you're crazy. Like, that's all right. Because they got to notice that they're a little crazy too. You got to be a little crazy to love somebody like me who's a little crazy or a lot crazy. Shut up. But to me, a real man is somebody who can handle that, and who has expectations. They have boundaries. They're not some little like mama's boy that I could push around and who I'm going to have to worry. Are they going to lose their job? Because the boss hurt my feelings. No, if you're gonna fucking man up, you'll get even with them in a different way. Or somebody who works for themselves, who lives their life according to their own values, but that they're more traditional values. A real man has to be a leader, whether it's a leader in the workforce or a leader in, the family, or all of the above. That's what that is to me. Darts. So you don't see men who don't sacrifice themselves for others as real men. Is that what you're talking? I didn't say that. I didn't say that there was sacrifice involved at all. I said if that's what they want. Like, if a man wants a family, he has to be capable of leading that family. Right? No, that's not what I said at all. That's not what I said at all. Like, if you want a family, then you got to be able to lead that family and take care of that family. You have to choose the right people who are going to play the right supportive role in that family. And it makes everything run. You can't just Like a real man isn't somebody who says, I want kids, and then goes and like impregnates a whole bunch of women and doesn't take care of their kids, isn't around for their kids, doesn't support them, doesn't like teach them at all how to be men, or how to, doesn't teach the daughters how they deserve to be treated as females, that, they need to have integrity, they need to have self-respect, that they're worth something, so that they're not just throwing their shit around. Like that to me is a real man. A real man doesn't abuse. A real man lifts himself up, and with him, everybody rises with him. You get what I'm saying? He has to be responsible for the decisions he makes. I concur. Yes. But it's not about sacrifice. I think everybody has to make sacrifices in life, no matter what. Male, female, child, animal, everything. You're giving up something. What is it? A dog makes a sacrifice when they're in the house with you because they're giving up a life of absolute freedom. But they're also giving up a life of danger and whatever to be comfortable, to be domesticated. Like a lot of dudes that I talk to, like a lot of men that I've talked to, the ones that didn't want to settle down, I was like, but why don't you want a family? Why don't you want that life? And they're like, I just want to be free. And I don't hear freedom. I hear I want to be free of responsibility. They don't want to have to shoulder the burden of having a family. But then what they're giving up, they're not only sacrificing that, but they're sacrificing somebody who's going to love them. They're sacrificing children, to carry on their name and their characteristics and their values. Like there's always a trade-off. Yes, trade-offs have mutual benefits. Yes, absolutely. But part of a trade-off is often that somebody makes sacrifices. A real man is confident in himself and what he believes and lives according to what is best for him and says fuck deriving his value from others. I don't disagree with that, but that's not the definition of a real man in my head that springs to mind at first. Like I'm talking about what my initial boom instant real man definition is. Are there other like sub definitions? Maybe. I mean, most words have several definitions, but they said they give you the one that's most common first. So that would be my most common definition of a real man. Sacrifices only benefit the ones who the sacrifice is made for, to the detriment of the one making the sacrifice. I mean, that's your opinion. I'm not going to get into that. I want to get through this list. But yeah, no, I don't disagree with you. It's not the predominant definition in my head. So that's the predominant one in your head, which makes sense from a male perspective. Because you're thinking of it as somebody who's a real man. Like if you wanted to define yourself as a real man, that would be your definition. But if I'm looking for a real man, my definition would be different. The same way you would describe a real woman a certain way, and I would describe a real woman a different way, most likely. This is why I like having these conversations, because I'm a man and you're a woman, and imagine us seeing this differently. Exactly. It's just, it's both sides of the coin. You have to be able to stand by what you believe something to be, but also try to see it from somebody else's perspective. That's what keeps us moving forward. That's what makes us better people. So you're not so rigid. You're not so narrow-minded. Like Winning said, I'd rather know the truth than be right. So that when he, in that statement that he says, tells me all the time, he has his belief systems. He has his knowledge base. He has his experiences. And he trusts them and makes decisions based on them. But he's not closed off to additional information, maybe changing the shape or adding to or taking away from what he already knows. He's not going to say, well, this is it. I know it all. And that's it. Like, that's it. Babies and sandwiches and no 19th. That's a real woman. See, you and I would be very different. Like our definition is different, but that's a different stream. I know you're being mildly facetious. I get it. But yeah, no, it's an excellent thing because I would, from a female perspective, think one thing, and you as a male would think something else because you have a more personalized um approach to it. You have a more personalized view. Whereas mine is more observational, yours is more, experience based. So it's going to be different. Mike said, Shelly, I'll hold it against you. You're funny. Funny, funny, funny. Sometimes rigid is good. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. You definitely don't want to walk on a non-rigid bridge. Just saying. All right. So this is one of the things that we touched on with tough guy. So fighter, when you think of a fighter, what image do you get? I automatically go to a UFC fighter. It never fails. And then like if I look like more deeply into it, I guess I'd look at like, you know, Mike Tyson, if you think like fictitiously Rocky, something like that. That's what I think when I think fighter. I don't think like I had a friend and she was like, "Oh, he's a fighter." And I automatically thought this guy was going to be like this tough dude and whatever, like he'd be big and like, just with the caveman brow and the crinkle between his eyes because he's always like, like this growly fucking dude. And she introduced me to this guy and she was like, this is it. And he was this like skinny malink dude. And I was like, I think he said he was a fighter. And she was like, yeah, he's been through so much. He's survived so much. I was like, you need to be more specific because that was so not what I was expecting. And these, again, they lead you to have expectations, toward people. And it's sometimes they're very unfair. Now, there was nothing wrong with this dude. It was wonderful that he survived like this horrible, like nightmarish life that he had. And yeah, he's a fighter. He made his way through it, but I wasn't thinking men emotional fighter. I was thinking men are physical fighters. I wasn't thinking that he was a survivor. That wasn't the image that came to my head. So this ordinary average little Joe did not come into my brain. Instead, I'm seeing like I'm anticipating like this big burly buff like cut dude with like the gun arms and like just that's what I'm thinking. Nope. Couldn't be more opposite. But she was just thinking he was a fighter. So to her, that was the definition of a fighter, was somebody who emotionally came through something, who fought their way through like a personal emotional hell. That wasn't what I was thinking. Bruce Chan or Jackie, Bruce Lee or Jackie Chan. I'd say Chuck Norris, but he doesn't fight. He allows you to live or die. Yeah, I know. The cobra bit him, and then after 3 or 4 days, the cobra died. I know. Lady Awesome Scott. I do love me some Chuck Norris. I'm gonna tell you, The Expendables is like one of my like most enjoyable movies. I love that freaking movie. That's all tough guys. All tough guys. And it's a farcical look at how they are. But that's what I think of when I think fighter, tough guy, like that kind of, scenario. Lady Awesome Sky. Well, Darth, you're far off from what I think. I do believe one vote per household family. And that's the only way a woman can vote is if she has children, because otherwise they have no skin in the game. I kind of agree. I kind of do. I do. Darth Hideous. See, when I think fighter, I think soldier. See, it's a different image in my head. In real life. Yeah, no. It's a different image. I mean, I guess because I've known a lot of soldiers and I've known a lot of fighters. And while they have a lot of similarities, they're very, very different underlying personalities. Most of the fighters I've known are fucking teddy bears. Like, I was never afraid of fighters because they're not fighting outside the rink. They're fighting in the rink. They're, in the ring. That's what they're doing. or in the cage, however you want to put them. And they're the kind of guys who they don't really fight anybody who's not really like them. Like they tend to avoid street fights because they know that they could be lethal. They know how strong they are. They know how good they are. And they temper that. They're like, "No, I know this about myself and I will tell you shut up or we will fight, but I don't want to fight you." But when I think soldier, I don't think teddy bear. I've always, I don't know if it was the respect that I gave to like anybody who was in the military. It's an automatic respect, but when I think soldier, I think of a lot more trauma. So I try to be a lot gentler, not as joking, not as um irreverent, I guess, because I don't want it to come across as disrespectful because they go through so much. Like a fighter signs up to do it, but they still live a pretty pampered fucking life. A soldier is not. Like when I think soldier, I think of somebody who's had they've had to test themselves constantly. And they're more protector than they are um, for entertainment. When I think fighters, I think of somebody who goes in there and beats the shit out of somebody else purely for fucking entertainment. They chose this as a lifestyle. They chose to fight. A soldier chose to be a soldier, not to fight, but to protect. There's a difference in my head. Dante's when Chuck Norris does push-ups, he doesn't push himself up, he pushes the earth down. I like that one. I never heard that one. Mike Daryl from The Walking Dead. Daryl from The Walking Dead to me screams like just psycho. I don't know what I know that he's a beloved character and everything, but he sets my teeth on edge. I can't even look at the dude. Like he makes me very, very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. I don't really have a label from him other than stay away. Avoid. There's not a whole lot of people in this world that I'm willing to be like, no, I can't fuck with you. Like I can't even like talk to you. He's one of them. That character, I don't know, even just the actor himself in anything he's ever been in. It's weird. I have this weird aversion to him. It's like every red flag in the world goes off in my head, just that he's dangerous to pretty much everybody. Like nobody is untouchable. It's weird. I know, honey. I know. Chuck Norris's tears cure cancer, unfortunately for the world. Chuck Norris has never cried. Soldiers don't fight for sport. They fight for something greater than themselves. That's why I give them the fighter tag. They're the defenders. Well, see, that's what I give them, that defender tag. I don't give them the fighter tag. I give them because they're disciplined and they are they're extremely not rigid, but they're hard. When you not hard in like the pervy way, but like when I think of them, I think of an immovable mountain almost. I have more respect for the military than you could ever fucking imagine, more than I'll ever articulate, because it takes a certain type of person to submit themselves to the orders and commands of others, putting their life on the line, literally living just, you wouldn't put your dog through the things that some of these guys go through. And they're not doing it for themselves. They're doing it because they believe in their country and the people of their country. They believe in, and I'm not saying all of them, because obviously there's always going to be a jitrol in the fucking bunch. But jitrol in Italian is a dick. But anyway, there's always going to be a jitrol in the bunch. But for the most part, I think of them as this bulletproof wall between us and imminent danger. Like I see them voluntarily putting themselves in the line of fire for other people, and there's no greater thing in this earth to me. Like, I really think that that is one of the highest qualities a person can possess, to want to do that. I don't possess that quality. I mean, I do on a personal level, like in school, like my kids, I would take a bullet for every single one of those kids without question. And I can say that with absolute honesty. I was there to protect. I was the wall between them and danger. I chose that. The other teachers didn't feel that way sometimes. A lot of teachers didn't. They'd run for the fucking hills. And I'm standing there like, you got to get past me. You know, like, and I was ready. It's the same thing with my kids, but that's a personal kind of protection. Soldiers protect you sight unseen. I protected my kids because I loved all my kids. You know, they were my kids. It didn't matter if they were in my class, in my school, in my district. They're kids. They go here. They're part of like the Hoboken family. Like, to me, they all belong to me, and they were to be protected right down to my last breath. Like, if it was between, if it was up to me and them, then you're gonna have to face me because I'm not letting you at them. Not till I'm on the ground and unmoving. But that was because I had a personal interest in them. I had a attachment to them. I knew them on some level. Soldiers don't. They're defending the good and bad of us alike. They're defending the kids and the old people and the middle age and the young. They're protecting everybody. They're protecting shitty politicians, good politicians. They're protecting our whole way of life. And that's how I think of them. That's why I get so upset when they get sent out on missions that are political and stupid, and they're put in the line of fire for somebody else's gain. And it seems like such a waste of life and of good intentions to me, because they go out there with good intentions. Just some of them want to just destroy shit. Yeah, of course. But for the majority doesn't. The majority is very civic minded. They're very much of the same mind to protect and to be strong and not allow the evil to get to us. They want the fairness. They want good to triumph. That's what they're fighting for. They're fighting for a greater purpose. It was the same thing with all the soldiers, that fought in, say, like the Crusades. They fought for like a king, or they fought for a pope or whatever. They were sent out maybe with not the best intentions of those people who were sending them out, but their intentions were true. They thought they were on a holy quest. They thought they were defending their God and their religion and whatever. So their purpose was much higher than the people that sent them out there. The reason that they were sent out didn't even matter to me, because they went out and they gave their lives for something they truly believed was going to make the world better. They were defending their faith. They were defending, their faith's legacy, the lineage. They're affected, they're fighting for their belief system to continue on. That said a lot to me about who they were. It didn't matter who sent them out. It didn't matter the nefarious reasons or the lies that they were told. They went out thinking one thing, and that's all that mattered to me. I got the biker type. For the other one, for a fighter, yeah, the biker type sometimes. Tough guy is definitely like the biker type. Military corruption aside, exactly. They literally put their lives on the line when they go in the field. Yep, and some never come back. A lot of them never come back. Or they come back very, very different, which is why I tend to be much gentler with anybody who has a military background, because I don't know what they've seen. I don't know what they've been through, but I know it's not easy. I know it's not, all sunshine and rainbows and kittens and, girls that fart glitter. Like, that's not what they're facing. They're coming back and they are different. They are changed on such a deep level that you might not see it, but it's there. Either they come back smarter, or they come back a little damaged, or they come back, a little jumpy, or they come back a little, like rougher, or like, a little more jaded. But either way, they are always going to be fundamentally changed by what they have to do and what they have to see. Can I pull the trigger on somebody if I have to defend? Yes. Can I literally walk into something knowing I might have to pull the trigger on a bunch of people, no matter what their age or race or sex? No. But if you're doing that, I don't know if I could live with that. So I give them mad respect. Yanking got a damn girl. You got 21 watching here. You're killing it. Nice show. Thank you. That's awesome. Gutters Pub over on the Rumbles. Cool Gamer, sorry I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Wolfram said truth regarding soldiers. I mean, that's how I see them. That's how I've always seen them. And it's a little bit that I had quite a few, people in my family. Every generation has somebody that goes into the military. My brothers both went. Two of the three brothers went. Like, one went to the Marines, one went to the Army. Jose didn't make it. He didn't make it through boot camp. I mean, he made it, like he's still alive, but he pussied out, which upset me, but like, whatever. But Freddie went to the Marines and he went through it. But he did all his years in the Marine. He came out and he was like, all right, what am I going to do now? Oh, I'll become a fireman. So he still was going out, even though we don't have huge fires in Hoboken often, thank God. But I'm sorry, I had to knock wood. But when there are fires, we have row houses and they're all connected. All the walls are connected and they're all fundamentally wood. And so if one goes, blocks and goes whoosh, it just spreads like a tinderbox. Like it's just taking them all out. So when there is a fire, you're literally putting your life on the line. I mean, we've had so many guys that with the big fires, they just were overwhelmed and they were injured or they died or they were never the same. And I mean, we usually have, like, when we have big fires, we have tons of other towns come in because it's so unmanageable. But it's dangerous. And he chose still to do that. He didn't have to do that. He could have gotten a city job and just been like, whatever. Like, I'll just go in the parks department and pick up garbage and make, $80,000 a year. Not a problem. He chose to be a fireman. I was glad he didn't choose to be a cop because he don't have the temperament for it. But he's definitely got the build. Because he's just this big, hulking, freaking, how you doing? Kind of like with that deep voice. My brother scares the hell out of me every time he freaking sneaks up on me because he's like, Michelle. I'm like, God damn it. Like, wear a fucking bell. Because he's just got that real deep, demonic voice. And it's funny because he's, yo, Mitch, check this out. He makes me laugh. But he's a giant wuss. I love my brother, but I tell Freddie to his face all the time, God, you're such a pussy. And he's like, why do you say that to? I'm like, because you are. I'm like, but that's all right. I love you anyway. He's much more of a man's man now, but like, I still think of him as the mama's boy that he was before he went and served. Like, he didn't see action. He went to boot camp. He got in when it was nice and peaceful. And, he went to this country and that country and whatever. But he still had to go through all the motions. And I respected him for it. My little cousin, Jessica, joined the Navy. They immediately, like, put her in the boot camp for that. And she became, like, squadron leader of the Yellow Jackets, which was a huge thing to us. But she spent, I think, 3 or 4 years in Afghanistan. And she saw a lot of action. And I have a different respect for her than I have for him. Like, I have respect for him that he went through it and everything, but I know what he went through. I know what he saw, and it was nothing that sent him back damaged in any way. He came back more of a man, more responsible, more, like, forward thinking, a lot more resilient than he was. And I gave him tons of respect for what he did. But I mean, I still gave him shit that he was like a wuss because, he'd cave. He was a big fucking teddy bear. Like he's always going to be a big teddy bear. He blushes. Jesus Christ. He's only 3 years younger than me and he still blushes. And it's like, really, Freddie? Like, come on. And he's afraid of me. They're all afraid of me, but whatever. Do 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 do. Rumble Gang is the best gang. I'm impressed. I mean, every time I'm live, I got like 2 to 3 times the Rumble viewership on Rumble, even though I have 77 Rumble followers to my almost 200 YouTube subs. I know I always do better on Rumble. I think they just like the lives better over there, and they like the fact that you say whatever you want and nobody's going to take it away. There's definitely more audience than creators here on like YouTube, which has a huge creator saturation. Yeah, there's so much of it. So many of us. Yank and Gutter. I can't figure out how to change the Yank and Gutter name to Gutter's Pub. Darth could probably help you with that. I also have to figure out how to get my stream to Rumble like this. I connected to StreamYard, but it's not working. If you want, hit me up on Discord later and we'll figure it out. Otherwise, Darth winning. Who else is big on Rumble? Castro might be able to help you. Just, yeah, anybody who can give her a little help, find her in Discord or click on her channel. I could probably help you, but it'd be like the blind leading the blind, so I don't want to do it. Like, I don't want to mess you up more. Darth Hideous, when I mentioned the difference between trade-off and sacrifice, the difference between pro fighter and pro soldier is a good demonstration. Yeah. But again, they still both sign up for it. So they're both willingly making a sacrifice of going down an easier path, you know? They're both sacrificing their physical well-being, you know, in a way. Because a fighter's going to always take hits. There's no fighter who never got the shit kicked out of him. None. I mean, even look at Sean Strickland. Look at that damn cauliflower ear he got. Holy crap. For those people out there who don't know what that is, if you see somebody coming at you and they have an ear that has flowered out or flattened and like is misshapen, they call that a cauliflower ear. That's either from getting hit too many times or from getting it on the mat too many times. That is not somebody you should fuck with. Nope. Because yes, it means that they got hit or whatever, or they got pinned, but it means that they are well versed in fighting and you don't want to fuck with that person. That's just a helpful hint from Shelly. Here you go. If you see a dude who wants to start with you and you don't agree with him and he has cauliflower ear, discretion is the better part of valor. Learn, like, live to fight another day. Fuck it. Be like, you know what? You win. Gotta go. And that's it. Buy him a beer and just move on. You do not want to engage that person in a friggin' fight. You just don't. So that's a little helpful hint from me to you. Because trust me, it takes a lot to get the ear to look like that. Like a lot. Which means they've spent a lot of time on the mat or in the ring. Either one, you don't want to mess with them because you're going to come out, your face is going to look like their cauliflower ear. You don't want that. Sorry, I went squirrel. Focus, Gutter, focus. You're fine. You're fine, honey. Then bind that to your streamer. You might have to be a little more specific with her, Darth. Lady Autumn, that's an important distinction I didn't consider before, Darth. See, I love talking like this. The creator versus audience distinction. Oh, yeah, there is. On Rumble, there's so many more people who are willing to listen, who have, like, maybe they have something to say, but they're not ready to go out there live. It's different when you do videos. You get to edit, you get to this. They're meaningful, of course, but it's not as stress-inducing as going live because shit happens when you're live. Sometimes you run out of things to say. Sometimes you don't cover the topic you said you were going to cover. Sometimes your chat revolts on you. I've seen that happen. Thank God it's never happened here because chat is good. Chat is wise. Chat knows all. But yeah, no, it's much different on Rumble. You get a lot more people who are more interested in they're more interested in the serious side of stuff. They're not looking so much for the conversational entertainment. They're looking for conversation, but they want it to be more informative. They want, to see things. They want to hear actual perspectives that matter. They want to engage like in a more, I don't know, more academic almost, like philosophical debate. Like Winning does very well on Rumble. I mean, he is killing it. Dart does very well on Rumble. They're for the people who want to talk about actual situations, actual like serious thoughts, and they want to flesh them out. And like Dart is going back to doing, I hope it has more of a feel of it. Dart started a new thing. Words of wisdom, is that what you call it? Words of wisdom. And it does. I listened to the first one, and it does have the feel of Philosophical Fridays, which I used to really like. I really used to like the philosophical talks. And so it has more of that talk. Winning's all about like exposing, like multi-generational um corruption and like all the problems that are out there. That he's into the veils. He's talking about the problems that are out there that we don't see, that we've been blinded to, about mind control. And he's into solution culture. Don't just bitch about it. Like, work toward a solution. Find out where it came from and find out where it went wrong and find ways to fix it, to reverse it, to get back what we lost, to forge a new path, a better path, away from the garbage that we're dealing with lately. Like, he's very serious about that. He has his moments where he likes to have some levity or whatever. But even that's always something it's rooted into what direction he wants us to go in, like what information he wants us to have. And they tend to really appreciate that on Rumble a lot more than YouTube. YouTube likes to tell him, no, you can't say that. I'm shutting your stream down. It's like, okay, so since you can't talk truth here, you got to go somewhere else. And that's what he does. And they enjoy it over there. They appreciate it over there. Over here, it's more like we hang out. I do well over there. I certainly do much better over there than I do on YouTube. But I still appeal on YouTube because I'm a talker. And you can just, mine is very podcasty. You don't need to see anything. You could literally throw me on the radio, like throw me on the, Bluetooth, whatever, and just have me run in the background, and you can listen and not miss anything. I don't usually pull things up on screen and say, hey, you have to look at this to understand. That's why I appeal like on both, where I have my little niche. But like Darth, he's always reading something. It's on screen, they're philosophizing, they're whatever. You get to go over there and talk about the past. You talk about history. Winning goes on. He talks about everything. He talks about history. He talks about the future. He talks about AI. He talks about all these different things. And it really is a much better platform for them because there are so many people receptive to being participating audience members. And a lot of them, you'll see, like, even like Nick's numbers. Nick will have like 14,000 people watching him on Rumble at once, and maybe the same 40 people in chat, because they don't go there to interact so much as they go there to listen. It's something that they have running, and it appeals to them that it's doing that. Whereas, YouTube, everybody's a fucking creator. We're all creators. And it's like, you get to the point where you're like, when you're friends with nothing but creators, you're going to step on each other's toes because you're going to stream over one another, and you have to not take it personally. And then you have to not give into the drama. Rumble doesn't have drama. Because on Rumble, everybody kind of does their own thing. You're not dependent on having other people like, the same people have to show up. In YouTube, we all kind of swim in like a small pond. Or, well, let me not use that word. In a small pool. Like, this is our fishbowl. Rumble is a lot more like it's a giant lake. There's a lot more species, a lot more, like just people you're never going to have a conversation with that know who you are and like it and keep coming back. But they don't want that personal interaction. They don't want to be like, "Oh yeah, look me up," or whatever. They don't care about that. They're there to lurk and listen and silently support, and I'm good with that. Absolutely good with that. I have no problem with lurkers. Love the lurkers. But yeah, it is a huge difference. I mean, soldiers are paid, but look at the difference between what a pro fighter makes versus a soldier and look at what they risk. Oh, absolutely. I'm not saying that one is not much more altruistic, I guess you would say. Or sacrificial, like self-sacrificing than the other, because they are. But they both sacrifice. A fighter, I mean, it's not like they just wake up and they're a pro fighter. There's a lot of fucking work to go into that. Usually they start when they're young. And it's a lot of pain. It's a lot of push. So yeah, but they're on the same level, but just at different there's little different aspects to them that make them different in my head. Wolfram, no greater love is there than for one to lay down their life for their fellow man. Absolutely. Absolutely. I 100% agree. I don't want to, but I mean that would be the ultimate show of love for somebody. Like there's a handful of people on this planet that I would literally voluntarily, without even thinking about it, give my life for. Only a handful. And I know that if push came to shove, I would definitely step in front of somebody to protect them and give my life for them. But would it be an instantaneous thing? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe fear would play a part in it. It's just there's a handful of people that fear doesn't play a part. I will stand on this till the day I die. I would take a bullet for them without a second thought. Doesn't matter. I would always throw myself into the fire for them. Darth Hideous. Lady Awesome Sky. Yeah, a lot of people want the free speech vibe on the consumer side, but the creative community hasn't caught up to that yet. Well, I mean, the creators, we've learned to self-edit. Mind control, man. Like that's what YouTube has done. It's do play by my rules or I will punish you. And because they have the higher perks, the more financial benefit, they get to call the shots. So you have to diversify. I can't be on one or the other. I have to be on both because I need the reach that I'm getting on Rumble, but I also need the money that I'm getting on YouTube. Because it's not a lot, but in these times it hurts without it. So it's just YouTube is a lot more financially friendly, but they hold that over your head. And it's a risk. It's not secure at all. There's no feeling of safety at all on YouTube. At all. Like even now I feel the need to go over to the live stream. Stream is healthy. Yes, thank you. I gotta make sure. That's why guys like Bongino and Chowder do huge numbers here. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of pandering to YouTube's specifics to their rules. No problem, Gutter. Floyd Mayweather Jr. Imagine being 50, whatever, and 0. Oh, God. Anyway, wrestlers, they will whoop you. Yeah, wrestlers will whoop your ass. They know every way to get in and out and everything, get you on your back. I love them. Wrestlers are always fun. Ellie Fun. Hey, good M. Happy Friday. I'm no longer sharing since there are plungers who listen to this. Oh, good God. Oh, plungers. You're so funny. Winning Reality. Rumble isn't chat clicky like YouTube. People show up for the content with purpose. Yes. You're still here. I thought you went to sleep. Been so quiet. Wolfram, good morning. Hey, winning. Darth, I do amazing numbers in relation to my size on Rumble versus YouTube. That's for sure. Same. I'm up to like 61 followers, but I always get like 200 plus 200 plus views. I even like the difference in them, like where they give you like the raw views and the public views, it's still way higher than my followers. So I mean, I know that there's actual people showing up. Wolfram, we are squashed and censored creators on YouTube. We are, and we are unfortunately bound to a lot of different social constructs on here. There's a lot of social drama. Jesus Christ. That doesn't seem to exist on Rumble. Knock wood. Thank you, Cat Ninja. She threw my Rumble up there. Oh, you're so sweet. But YouTube is a platform. I mean, yeah. It's a platform, but it's like the soapbox that puts the shield in front of you so that your words don't reach anybody because you might say the wrong thing. So it's weird. It's like you're on here, but you're muzzled. Mike said, I was pissed I didn't get to fight for my country overseas. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I mean, but at least the desire is there. I'm sure that there are other ways that you step up. Oh, Cat Ninja put up winnings Rumble. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Dart's new topic, the art of worldly wisdom. Oh, that's what it's called. I said words of wisdom. Sorry. I went for the WW. I knew there was a WW in there somewhere. By Balthazar Gracian on YouTube and here on Rumble. Yes, so you check that out. 62. Aw, thanks, Yank. 62. I'm up to 62. Dorothy has got as far as changing your name on here. The easiest way to do that would be to make a secondary channel underneath your user account. Yeah, and just name the new one. Then you can select it in the drop-down box. That is true. Elephant fuck the plungers. I'd rather not. I think that would be painful and might leave splinters. Cat Ninja, you're welcome. Shall I just push in that Rumble ghetto? Keep pushing that Rumble ghetto, because I was very hesitant in the beginning. I was good at supporting other people on Rumble, but I was just like, they made it so difficult to stream there, to live stream there, that I was just like, nah. I just had my videos that they would automatically go over there. And then I was like, yeah, why am I still doing this shit to Facebook? And then they changed something, and it's so easy now. I'm just like, oh, I love it. Yeah, you can't change your username on Rumble. Yeah, it's weird. But it's nice though, because it's also nice that you can't create sock accounts like so easily, so people can't mess with you as much. Like they really got to put the effort in. At that point, it's like, if you're going to create a sock account on Rumble and you went through all the effort to do it, go ahead, have fun, troll all you want. I feel like you earned it a little bit. May life crap on you plungers and may karma get your asses. Ellie, I feel like you're having an issue. Hit me up on Discord and talk to me, girl. Because I don't love where your head is at. I feel like you're hurting. I don't like it. So hit me up on Discord and we'll have a little chat, just me and you. All right, so on to the next one. So this one is a little weird in the world, because for some reason it has been taken and it's actually been like vilified. It's been shit on. Like people like minimize the importance of this. And that's when somebody says that somebody's got like, oh, he thinks he's a hero. He went off to go be a hero, or he's white knighting or whatever. They somehow made that a derogatory thing. I happen to need white knights in my life sometimes, because I can't always handle things. And sometimes I need somebody to save me from me, because I can't do it. Is that person a hero to me? Yes. Are they white knighting for me? Yeah, a little bit. Why is that a bad thing if they're being like overly protective? I don't think of it like I've heard some women say, oh, he thinks he's a white knight. they say it like it's a bad thing. But don't you want somebody out there who's on your side, who's willing to stand up for you? Because if you're somebody who wants to stand on their own, hey, good, go for you. But see, now, Dart, you said simping ain't easy. You see it as simping, but it's not usually that way. I don't take it that way. White knighting to me, like that hero thing to me, is somebody who sees somebody in need and steps up, not because of like who that person is or, like how they personally interact. It's because it needs to be done and they're willing to do it. They're willing to say, hey, it's none of my business, but you need to stop. Like, obviously this person can't take it. And you don't have to white knight for just like one girl or like a group or whatever. You can white knight for anything. You can white knight for a I guess like a subject matter or like an event or whatever. But the word is escaping me for some reason. But yeah, I don't see it as a bad thing. I don't see it as something detrimental. I actually see it as a really good character trait to be willing to, forge into a battle that's not yours because you know that the odds are against this person and it's not fair. That's basically what a white knight is to me. Like when a guy white knights for you. And I don't think just men can do it, but I think we only attribute it to men. Ellie, I don't trust people in here or listen to anything you say will be thrown back in your face. Fucking toxic assholes. Okay. I mean, you're not wrong. I'm hoping that the majority of the people in here are not like that, but you can never tell. And I mean, I've had the most innocuous things thrown back in my face. I don't give a fuck. You can suck it. Like, I really don't give a fuck. Gosh darn, thanks much as my sorry to hear that, Ellie. No. Wolfram's over in Rumble wipes his puzzle-ups in house. Ow, honey. Well, I'm over here too. Yes. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. I love you guys. All right. So then you have like, the provider. What do you think of when you think provider? You think of somebody who's what, like just forking out money all the time? Or are you thinking of somebody who provides more than just finances? Because that's what I think of. I don't think of somebody who's maybe he's not making the most money. Maybe you don't have like the biggest house or whatever. That none of that really reads into that. For me, a provider is somebody who stands up, has a job, like, does things with their time. Maybe the money isn't there, but what they're doing is they're trying to improve your environment around you. They're trying to improve you. They're trying to like make your life easier, better. They're trying to understand you. A provider is somebody who doesn't just provide financially. They provide a safe haven for you. Somebody like me who grew up in a very temperamental, very violent, I guess, family life. I look for security. A provider is somebody who provides that place where I don't have to be on my guard all the time. All right, Darth, have a good show. Good luck. Oh, come on. There we go. Here we go. I know I played it, but I love it.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
Now.
Fuck you, you weird. Go away.
That was for you. We'll be lurking till right before I go live. Awesome. I hope you have a good show. I'll check it out later. I'll stop by, leave a like. I might not say anything in chat depending on who's there because sometimes I fuck with your chat, sometimes I don't. Not fuck with them, but like, go on and say something. Anyway. I was saying something. God damn it. Provider. So yeah, so a provider isn't like necessarily the financial provider, though usually they are. But in my head, it's somebody who provides that strength and protection and creates an environment where I'm comfortable and my kids are comfortable and we're all safe. And it's not like this leftist bullshit, like, oh, it's a safe space, like, whatever. No, someplace where I know I have support and I have understanding and compassion and forgiveness. A place where I'm going to find care and love and hard truths and no deception. There's no lies. They provide an environment where I'm going to be healthy and happy and thriving, where I'm living well. That's what a provider does in my mind. I don't know how you guys would think of a provider, but that's what a provider is to me. Let's see. We got eye candy. Of course, eye candy is just, dude, it's just a dude that looks good. Like, he's just hot. You know that the elevator ain't always reaching the top floor. Yeah, eye candy is just something to just look at and go, you're just so pretty. Like, and that's purely physical in my head. Like, you say eye candy, all I think is, yeah, he's big with wide shoulders and, like, strong arms and a solid back, and like he's probably got like just that he's just charming and hot and just manly looking and just very hyper masculine looking, and that's eye candy to me. There are pretty boys out there that, to me, that's not eye candy. That's a pretty boy. If you're just like, if you're prettier than me, I don't want to be with you. Like, just go away. I will never be with somebody prettier than me. Like, you could be handsome on like the highest level, that's fine. But a pretty boy is somebody who's a little like too effeminate for me. And like a metrosexual kind of thing, like somebody who gets, manicures and gets their eyebrows done. They're still straight. But they're very into like the hyper grooming. Not regular grooming, like hyper grooming. And it's just, I don't know, they're just very into their own looks. They have to they spend way more money than they should on clothes and, like that kind of thing. Like, they wear like the ID bracelet or whatever. Like, they wear a lot of gold, just tactfully, but still like pretty. They're shiny, happy little men. And I can't fuck with them. I just can't. Like, but eye candy, I love me some eye candy, but there's nothing there that's going to keep me there. You could be the hottest looking dude on the planet, and yeah, you're going to get a visceral freaking reaction from me, but I'm not going to mess with you because it's not what I want. It doesn't stimulate me anywhere but visually. I mean, of course, there's like a physical reaction to it, but that's the only stimulation that you're going to provide for me. And I know it. I'm making that call. Maybe you have a sparkling personality, the best sense of humor. It doesn't matter. As long as I see you and you look like that, that's all you're going to be to me. And I'm probably not going to give you the time of day. Because I think just looking at you, you're probably vapid and vain and shallow. And I can't mess with it. But again, like this is what I'm talking about. This is why I'm saying we all have these stereotypes, like these profiles doctored up in our heads. And they're brought forward. They're influenced by the media. They're influenced by movies, by music, what celebrities we see, celebrity news, politics, everyday, people that we encounter or whatever. But it's all set out there, and we get all this data and feedback, and we build these profiles in our heads. So maybe to somebody else, eye candy is somebody really pretty and they're drawn to it and they want to see what else is there. For me, if you're eye candy, you're literally just there to look pretty. Just do me a favor. Just sit there, look cute, shut your mouth. Hey, bud, what's up? Happy Friday. But yeah, so eye candy very rarely is a good thing in my head because they're just there's nothing there for me when I have, like, you could be eye candy if you already mean something to me and you want to be my eye candy. Go ahead, go for it. Let's see what you got. But if you're just pretty, like, that's all you are. And it's the same for female. Like, there are females out there that people throw up on, like, they're like, "Oh, come, do this with me." And it's like, she's literally there to be eye candy because you don't let her speak. Like, what the hell is that about? Like, that's the only draw. Okay, so what do you have, like, a different, like, profile and, like, for everybody? That's what they do. They, like, cover the gamut, and I just don't have the energy for that, which is why I do this shit on my own. My eye candy is an avatar. And that's what he is. He is eye candy, but he's a lot of other things. But he's an avatar. That actually helps me. It helps me to focus on other aspects of who he is. Like, I've had this conversation with Winning. I've said, it's so rare that I'm able to create or establish a connection with somebody based on their values and how they think, what they think, like their sense of humor, who they are. Like, I genuinely like him as a person. I wasn't influenced by looks in any way, shape, or form. I had to look at everything else. And that was so new to me because most of my life has been spent making very shallow connections with people. Very I don't want to say, I guess, tenuous connections because they're very conditional. Like, if this part of your personality aggravated me, or you looked a certain way, or you did something different, you could easily lose my interest because there was nothing else drawing me in. There was nothing anchoring me there. Whereas when you get to know people, like, on a really deep level, you wind up investing. You invest yourself in that relationship. You wind up, like, I tell you guys all the time, he's my best friend. There's nobody I trust more than him. At the end of the day, no matter what, he's my best friend because he's earned that, and I feel like I've earned that in his life. Like, we've both invested in our friendship, in being completely honest with one another. And was it hard? There were a lot of hard truths that, I had to, like, come to grips with, but it happened. And then we were able to, like, move on from there. I don't have that in my life other than him. Like, because I never wanted to take the time to invest at that point. I could keep it surface level easily, and that kept me from getting hurt. It protected me. I didn't have to care that much. I didn't have to get to know somebody and really care about their thoughts or their life or, how they felt moment to moment. And I was good with that. I was really good with that. 20 years, I made sure all my connections were very surface level so that I could walk away at any time and not hurt from it. It was very difficult to allow myself that vulnerability. And I had to be vulnerable to get to know him on a deeper level. But like I said, eye candy, I would never give somebody face-to-face eye candy like the time of day. I mean, I'm like, "Hi, how you doing?" Small talk, whatever, but I'm never going to know about you. You're never going to know about me because I don't see the point. That leads very well into, like, the players out there, the ladies' man, ladies' man. That's such a weird freaking, that makes me think gay because when you say, "Oh, he's a ladies' man," I don't put those two together, but most people put, like, a player or, like, a man whore with a ladies' man, like a guy who has a way with the ladies. Like, you say that, and I'm not thinking man whore. And trust me, that's mainly what I dated. Like, they were just man whores. But when I think ladies, man, I think of, like, a dude that when you say, "Oh, he has a way with the ladies," I'm thinking of my gay friends. That's what I think of. I'm thinking, like, "Oh, all right. So yeah, like, he just appeals to all the ladies. The ladies love him." Yeah, because he's just like them. Because he acts like them. Because he's frilly like them. I'm not the frilly fucking female. I mean, I do like my pretty things, but I'm not that hyper feminized. Like everything has to be lacy and every hair has to be in place. Like I will dress up, but I will also like I'll have no problem going like, you know, what do they call it? To like different things, like going fishing. Wolfram, I'm so happy for you and winning. He's best friend I'm pretty sure I've ever had. And I've had some awesome friends in my life. But I would trust him with every secret I've ever had and be completely comfortable with it. I never worry about him stabbing me in the back ever. And I'm pretty sure he knows damn well I'm not going to do it to him. So yeah, it's cool. We're cool. Makes me happy. It does. And it's new. You know, I have to every day is a little bit dangerous for me, but it's just like, all right, it's worth it. So you put the effort in. But yeah, like I think of the gay like ladies man to me as a gay dude. Because when you're like, oh yeah, you know, I think some guy who can go along and, you know, just fit in with the ladies. I don't think what they say a ladies man is. They say a ladies man is, you know, somebody who has a way with the ladies because the ladies just love to please him. They want to be with him. They want to hang all over him. You know, he knows how to charm them. He knows how to this. That to me, that's a bullshit artist. I mean, that's just what that is. And that's a player. Like that's what they do. They're like, oh, don't hate the game. You know, don't hate the player, hate the game. It's like, okay, whatever. Like it's just a very specific thing. And when I think of them, I think of those dudes who love themselves. A ladies' man has the riz. So a simp. No, not really. A simp is something different. But like a lady, like, all right. So like the ladies' man player kind of man whore, that's somebody who really, really loves themselves. And to them, being with women, like you're going to be with as many women as you possibly can because that helps define you as a man. That's what a player does. Like they're not going out going, oh, I'm just gonna, you know, I'm gonna be with this girl because I really like her. No, he's like, I'm gonna hit that bitch, I'm gonna hit that bitch, I'm gonna hit that bitch. And he's just like, I want to hit that, hit that, hit that, hit that. And they literally just line them up, knock them down, and nobody thinks twice about it. Nobody thinks twice about it. They're just out there just sleeping with whoever the hell they want, and the girls are just like, they just accept it. Because they know that's how they are. They know this is not somebody I'm ever going to settle down with. But he's a good time. If I have an itch, I will call him and he will scratch that itch for me. If I want to have a night of nothing but debaucherous fun, that's the motherfucker I'm going to call. Like that's who that is to me. Which is different in my head than a ladies' man. Although when I think of ladies' man, I think of like one of those 1970s kind of mustachioed guys that walks into the casino, right? Like this, I don't know, he's got on the stupid yellow aviator glasses and like the big mustache and like the blazer with the, you know, the shirt that's like a button down shirt, but it's open to like the second or third button. And it's like got the real long pointed collars on the outside of the lapels. So it's like, you know, the dude that has like the pinky ring, shit like that. Like the guy that walks in like, hey, what's up? Like, you know, look at me. And like the women fucking love him. And I'm like, but why? Like, I don't get it. It's because he loves himself and they want to like take part. It's so weird. But that's the image that I get in my head. Just heard that word. Bud said, just heard that word today. Simp. No idea what it means. It means somebody who simpers to somebody else. A simpleton who simpers is basically a simp. It's somebody who constantly kisses the ass of whoever the hell is around. Like if it's a female creator, they'll be in chat, you know, like, oh, you're so wonderful and isn't she great? And and guys do this. And they're not doing it because they believe in her. They're doing it because they want to kiss her ass and get her attention. So, I mean, that's like what a simp really is. And people like to use it as an insult or whatever. You know what? If you want to simp for somebody, fucking just simp for them. Who cares? Everybody needs love. If you're going to give like that kind of love, then give that kind of love. Fuck it. Nobody's going to say, oh, stop. If they stop, they say stop, they don't mean it. Unless you're like stalkerish. Then if they say stop, stop. I got to play it again. I'm sorry, I got to.
Stop eating beans. Bangers and mash. Beans on toast. Stop.
And that's what I say to the stalkers out there. Stop it. Stop it. God damn it. But yeah, no. I don't think simps are a bad thing. I really don't. Dart said simps are pandering. Ladies, men have the riz. Oh, whatever. Simps never have the riz. No, they really don't. The simps online tend to be the less cool. I don't want to be mean. The less cool people who are never gonna like get the person that they're after, but they're constantly kissing their ass. They used to be sycophants, and in a way they are, but they're not doing it to be held up in like a public way. They're doing it for attention. They're doing it to get their attention on a more personal level. It's more of a, oh, you have a crush on somebody, so you're just like, oh my God, they're just so wonderful. Like you just gush for them. People love to say I simp for winning. I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right. If there's anybody I'm gonna simp for, it's gonna be him. So it's like, all right, go ahead. Like it don't bother me at all. I think it's funny. I think it's cute. Shit, I'll get a shirt and simp. I simp for winning. But that's fine. But I mean, there's simps all over the place. Now that you know the word, you'll see them everywhere. But I think people make it a lot worse than it is. I mean, I think it's cute most of the time. It's just, when it's one of my friends, I get like, could you stop? Could you stop? Like, because I feel bad for them because I'm like, people are making fun of you. Stop it. And it's not that I think it's a bad thing. I don't like them being made fun of. Lady Awesome Sky. All I think is Tim Meadows and Ladies Man, male gigolo. Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, I guess Ladies Man, you said Tim, and I automatically thought of Tim Robbins in oh my God. What the hell is the name? Bull Durham. In Bull Durham. That's, to me, that's a ladies' man. Because he just walks in, he's all like in his like nice fancy, like clothes, and he's got his jewelry on, and he just walks in like, hey, he's gonna rock out with his cock out. Like that's what he's doing. To me, that's a ladies' man. Like the way they define it. The way I define it is something completely different. But yeah, like he's a player. He's a man whore. Like that's somebody that you don't have to put a whole lot of effort in. That as long as nobody else jumped on that tree by the end of the night, he can go home with you. And you could hand him a sandwich in the end and be like, see ya, and never hear from him again, be perfectly fine with it. Frank Sinatra is who I think of when I think ladies' man, him and JFK. Ladies' man, the way the rest of society defines it, yeah, absolutely. Because there's some smooth motherfuckers. That's one thing. That's one thing you could say most people think of when they think ladies' man. Like these smooth, good-looking kind of, hey, whatever, like they're there, but they're a little dangerous, a little high-powered, like out of your league kind of, but it's what you strive for. You're like, oh my God, I want a piece of that. Like you want to be a part of that. What was his name in the movie? I don't remember. I don't remember. I only saw that movie once. Yeah, I only saw that once. Leon, was it? Really? Because it's so not a ladies' man name. I mean, maybe my term a ladies' man. D'Artagnan simp is a sucker idolizing mediocre. He said it stands for sucker idolizing mediocre pussy. SIMP. That's what it actually translates to. Okay, but we're talking about like visuals. So yeah, all right. So that, that's a definition for a simp. That's not true. That is not true. Uh, it is true, but not for me. It's an anagram. That's why it's an insult. I mean, like I said, like it sounds to me like a movie character. I mean, yeah. I can't believe you've been in all these chats and never seen any, because simps are aplenty on YouTube. Oh my goodness, so many. So many. And if you go to any female stream, not mine, obviously, because I don't deal with that crap. If I was to be on screen, I would have Sims, most likely. But I don't do that. Like if I threw my tits up there and was like, "Hey, look at me, I'm so pretty," like, yeah, then I would have them. But go to like the females who literally just have their bodies, who don't have content, like those ones who like, "I'm stretching now." Shut up. Like, I can't. Like they literally sit there and they're just like, "Look at me playing with my hair," and you'll have a bunch of guys just falling over themselves in chats, just like, "You're the most beautiful thing. I'll do anything for you. I'd drink your bath water." Like all this shit. Those are simps. Those are simps who are going after women who are, trust me, you don't want a piece of that pie, because that pie, you could drive a semi through it and not touch wall. Nope. Ladies man, Tom Jones. Yes. Tom Jones is definitely what you would think of when you think of like a player, like a ladies man, because he was all, what? Who else would go out there and have a song? What's new, Pussycat? Whoa, whoa, whoa! And women were just like screaming and fainting and wetting themselves. Like, get out of here! It's crazy. Gutters pub. So if I show my tits, I'll get simps. I'll simp for you if you show them. Go ahead, do it. You know how I am. Shit, I'm easy to please. Darth, I mean, it's the objectively true origin story where simp came from. No, I get it. I get it. Absolutely. Absolutely. But said that depends. No, if she goes on with her and shows her tits in her depends on, no, that's not my kink. Sorry. Nope. But if you cleavage, I love cleavage. I love a little mystery. Just revealing everything kind of makes me a little uncomfortable. I like the whole, not seeing everything. Like I like the suggestion. Perks here, the boobies. I knew. Boobies. There's a reason why I do the booby alert when we watch movies. For all you degenerates who are in the background, I'm listening to the movie. Shelly said boobies, gotta go look at the screen. It's my way of reeling you back in. Boobies, and then come running back. I know Castro always appreciates it. He's like, "Thank you, Shelly. You're very welcome, honey. Happy to make your life easier." All right, moving on. Oh, this one's a good one. What do you think of when somebody says, "Oh, he's a deadbeat"? Because deadbeats get on my fucking nerves. Got his pub. Boys getting you a simp. It'll be like shaking a stick in a garbage can. Hello, hello, echo, echo, echo. Literally, if these girls that have all the simps, I mean, I'm talking about like these weird friggin', like they have like 200,000 friggin' subscribers. They go up there and they're just like, "I'm just gonna stretch. Here I am. Look at me. I'm stretching. Oh, my back hurts. I have to get up and lean over the back of this couch. I'll throw my hair behind my shoulder. Oh, wee, look at me." Like not a fucking brain cell in their head, but they're hot. And it's like, oh, good, go up there, because that's what I want more of. I mean, if I want to see a piece of shit like you, I'll just go on Pornhub. But it's like, it gets on my nerves. It gets on my nerves. It's like, naked yoga makes bank. I'm doing it wrong. For real. I mean, but you got to be very careful, because see, we've had someone I'm going to hell. We had someone on YouTube who was doing a version of yoga where she threw her legs back over her head. So she definitely was stretched out, but it wasn't supposed to be naked. And yet we saw way more than we wanted to. And all I can say is every time I think about it, all I hear in my head is beef cartons, and I can no longer enjoy roast beef sandwiches anymore. I just can't. I can't. But we had somebody like that. If you know, you know. But it was not pretty. So trust me, not everybody is made out for naked gymnastics or yoga or any of that kind of stuff. Um, she wasn't naked, but the clothes didn't exactly fit her correctly because she wasn't willing to accept her size. And so different things were seen that shouldn't have gotten seen, and I will never eat, roast beef and enjoy it the same way again. So yeah, no. But yeah, no, her guts fell out. No, it wasn't her guts. Mm-mm. No. No, it wasn't her guts. There was a whole thing, discoloration and everything. It was just no. Just no. Blech. Anyway. I understand, like, keep your stuff to yourself. Like, shit happens, but I don't mean I need to see it on my screen. Anyway, what do you think of when you think deadbeat? Since we're going from naked yoga right into deadbeat. Because for me, deadbeat is somebody who just does not, he doesn't he doesn't he doesn't hold himself accountable or live up to his responsibilities, to taking care of his responsibilities. She gave the camera a raspberry. No, I wish it was that simple. I wish. There's this British strongman, Eddie Hall. He was wearing a gym suit like a pregnant wife to relate to his wife being pregnant, also doing things she does like yoga. Oh, that's cool. And he was farting there. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Oh, Ellie, dear God. Mike said, wow. I mean, I'm just saying. But British strong, I mean, I don't know that I'd want a guy to know what it feels like to be pregnant. I don't really care one way or another. I just kind of want him to be more like excited about it. See, that's a very personal thing for me too, though, because like neither father were involved in my pregnancy, so I didn't get the whole like excitement from them about the whole pregnancy, which was for me everything was exciting. But yeah, I mean, I would say that's a good thing to do, to learn to relate. But I mean, you also it definitely would tell you about the flatulence, because Lord, we there was a pregnant woman who came to Tiger Schulman every day, and she would sit like 2 rows back from me. And I thank God that she did, because I know she thought that they were silent, but they weren't. We just, none of us, the first time we all like reacted because we were surprised. And then after that, it became like, okay, just don't move, don't blink, don't. The hardest part was not laughing, because I find everything funny. So she would sit 2 rows back from me, and you'd hear the little and if she sat on the wooden part of the bench, it was like you'd hear like the knocking of and nobody would move, and they were all very, very good at controlling themselves. I, however, am not. Like I said, everything shows on my face. And like she would do it, and I would go all red because I'm trying to hold in my laughter and school my face, and like I'm biting my lip. And Louis would look, Sensei would look over from teaching my son, and he'd just look at me and like do a double take, and then just stare at me and go, "Really?" And then he'd start giggling, and he'd be like, "You stop that right now!" I'm like, "I can't." He'd be like, "What? I really want a monster. Can you go to the store for me?" I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, give me money, give me money." I'm like, fine. Because he knew the second I got outside, I was gonna just fucking lose it. And he'd be like, "You are so distracting." I'm sorry. No, you're not. No, really not. But yeah, pregnant women, oh, the gas is real. Oh my god. You gotta watch that crazy funny. He was wearing it all day. There were other women in the yoga class leaving the room. I say it happens to them as well, and it does not smell like roses. I can tell. Yeah, no, it does. If you've ever been to a yoga thing with other women, as soon as they hit that friggin' what is it, downward dog? Good lord. It's like, really? Really? Like every single time, never fails. You always hear at least 5 or 6 toots going out there, and they're like, everybody just keeps going, like, you don't know where it came from. I can pinpoint. I'm very good when it comes to sounds. I can pinpoint every single one of them that did it. It was hilarious. But oh my god. And that's the thing, like, oh, when the hell? All right, so this is off topic, but whatever. I'm gonna squirrel. It's like when you're having sex, it's one of you farts. Oh my god, it's inevitable. It's going to happen at some point, especially, especially if it's not an ass fart, if it's a queef, like that happens, and it's funny. But like my ex husband, he had a problem with gas apparently during sex. And he would get so relaxed that it just would happen, and I'd just be like, "Really? Really?" And he would be all embarrassed. I'm like, "Just keep going, it's fine." Like, I don't even care at this point. Like, just go ahead. Just get it over with. But yeah, that was a trigger for him, and I don't care that I said that on here. He can go fuck himself. But, yeah, no, it was hilarious because he would get relaxed. And I mean, that was the goal. Because if he wasn't relaxed, he would just go straight down. Yeah, it would go right down because he would psych himself out. But he would relax, and then automatically it was like, oh man. So it was like you take the good with the bad, you take the bad with the good. It's all a trade off. Yeah, no, but when women, I love when they're like, "Oh, I don't do that." My friend Christine's wife, Donna, she used to say, "I don't fart, I toot." And I used to just look at her and be like, "You too loud as fuck sometimes." And she was just like, "No, I don't." "Yeah, you do." "God damn it, Shelly, no, I don't." And you don't always smell like, I would tell my grandmother, "You don't smell like a petunia, trust me." My grandmother had this thing. Oh, y'all, you're making me think of shit I haven't thought about in years. She used to light a match every time she farted. So if one of us walked in the house and you smelled the match, like the sulfur, it was like, really? Like, why don't you just announce, we just instead open a goddamn window? How about that? Like, why don't you go in the bathroom and do that? No, she just do it and then be like, oh my God, it's near lunchtime. They're gonna come in, light a match, light a match, light a match. And it's just like, I'd walk in and go, that's not fooling anybody. Just so you know. You shut your mouth, Michelle. Why do you have to embarrass? It's just me and you. Why are you embarrassed? Like, I don't care if you fart. You want to fart? Fart. I don't care. But like lighting the match, you're literally telling everybody you just farted. It might not have even smelled. Oh, it did. Well, like, all right. Like, I don't know what to say to that. You just made lunch. All I smelled was lunch till I, walked in and smelled the match. So it's just like, you could have got away with it. It's funny. Anyway, thanks. I haven't thought about that in years. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Mike said, if you can't laugh at a fart during sex, you're not having fun. It's true. It's absolutely true. My friend Tito, he used to talk about this chick that he dated. And he was like, he said, I used to have whole conversations with her during sex. I was like, what's weird about that? He was like, it wasn't her mouth talking. I was like, wait, what? He was like, yeah, she was like the queef queen. I was like, "Ew." Like, why would I don't wanna think about that. He was like, "No, it was funny, like, certain positions, she would just have a whole conversation with me." I was like, "See, there's something wrong with you." I was like, "I don't wanna be friends with you." But, I mean, this is the kind of shit that people talk to me about. It's like, okay." The match helps. I light one when the hub blows the bathroom up. Yeah, the thing is you don't wanna light one too close to the source because if another one comes out, you're gonna have like a firestorm. Be like, well, how'd you set the kitchen on fire? No idea. No idea. Moving on. Accidents happen. But could you imagine having to explain that to somebody? I would think you'd just wreck your ass. But I think that should not be a problem in a real relationship. It depends on all the senses. I mean, that's a milestone in a relationship, right? Like when you get to the point where you just like that very first one is always the most embarrassing. It just is. Like I think in the beginning of relationships, women pretend like they don't burp, they don't fart, they don't shit. God forbid you ever blow up a bathroom. You know, and then I think about that movie with Ryan Reynolds and what the hell is his name? Oh my god. He was on Silver Spoons, not Rick Schroeder, the other one, Jason Bateman. And they switched places, and he's thinking like, because Ryan Reynolds is this like man whore, and Jason Bateman is the father and the husband, and he's like the family man and the provider. And he's waiting in bed for his hot wife to get in bed. But it's not Jason Bateman in that body, it's the character Ryan Reynolds is playing. So he's like, "Oh, yeah, I get to sleep with my best friend's hot wife. This is amazing." And she's in the toilet going, "Oh, honey, we gotta lay off the Thai food." She's just blowing up that toilet, and he is so disgusted. Meanwhile, her husband would be like, whatever. This is normal." Like, like I love her regardless. Like, yeah, she kills the toilet, but that's my girl. Like, it doesn't phase him, but the other dude isn't used to like married life and like being intimate on that kind of level with somebody. So he's absolutely appalled. He's just sitting there like, like he didn't even know women did that, which I think is hilarious. And then she gets in the bed and she backs up to cuddle. He's like, hey, like, no. Like, don't back up to me with that thing loaded like it is. Like, he was totally turned off. He was like, good night. Like, that was it. That was all like his whole like overture of, oh, I'm gonna get to have sex with my best friend's wife, gone. He was so disgusted that she was human and did things that guys do. Like the bodies are the same. Yes. It's just they like to say, oh, girls don't do that. Lies. It's just more freaking lies. Because they want women to be all like, oh, you're just flowers and hearts and, kittens just faint in your loveliness. Like, no, like they're still human. If you ever want to see a woman at her worst and most like gross, go see her give birth. I swear to God, because we don't give a crap. You've been in labor for how long? You don't care who sees what's hanging where, who's showing whatever. You're just like, it's hot. Give me ice. Get this baby out of me. I'm done. Like, you don't care. That's why I see like these bitches that they're like in full makeup with their hair done. They're like, like, oh, I'm ready to push this baby out. What baby you pushing out looking like that? You ain't going to look like that after. You're going to look like the friggin' like Crayola melted down your face. And then they have to fix themselves, and they're like, "Look at me, I'm so pretty." At the end of my whole thing, I was just like, "Where's my baby?" I didn't care what I looked like. Where's my baby? I want my baby. That's all I cared about. How cute is my baby? I know he's got to be beautiful. She's got to be beautiful. Just looking at her. Oh my God, it's my baby. It's my baby. My hair could have been sticking out like who did it and ran. It did not matter to me. I didn't care. When Connor or Katie was, hungry, that titty I whipped it out. I didn't care who was there. My baby's hungry. That's it. I'm in my room. If you're here and you don't like it, get the fuck out. Like, but no modesty at all. And it's just the amount of just grossness when you're giving birth is beyond belief. It just is. Just things just happen. And every woman that finds out that these things happen during delivery is scared of them up until she's in delivery. And then she don't give a fuck. Yeah, some of them are like, I don't want to poop on the table. No, most of them don't care. There's nothing like they had to. When I was pregnant with Katie, they had to pop my they had to pop the sack so that they could, like pop my water because my water didn't break on its own. So they had to break it for me. And of course, when he did it, I was in the bed sitting up. So there's already like pressure on that, to like gush out. And they had this cute little bucket at the end of the bed. And I'm looking, going, do you see the size of my stomach? Like, do you see how much is in there? Like that? No, that ain't gonna work. And she was like, no, it's fine. It's fine. They come at me with this giant crochet hook. And at that moment, not only was there pressure being put because of the way I was sitting, the way they had me sitting up, I literally sneezed at that moment and it just came out of nowhere. And between the sneeze and the contraction that hit me at the same time and sitting that way, when she popped it, it was like somebody like set off a confetti bomb because it literally like it bypassed that little bucket completely and hit the wall. And the wall was a good like 6 feet away. I mean, it shot like it. You know what? Here we go. Because why not? Why not? Why not?
Motherfucker! Ah, God damn it!
I really got to make it so you see a lot more squirting at the end. It's funny. He got hit with the sprinklers. But yeah, no, it was funny, but it was so gross. And even like the nurse was covered in it. And I kept saying, move, move, move. No, no. She's like, it's fine. It's fine. Well, bitch, that's what you get. I told you to move. You didn't move. Ah, well. She's catching air. She was. She was. Lady Awesome said, I keep matches in the bathrooms in case someone has a blowout, needs to cover up the smell. Because I have an old house, so no vent to turn on. Ah, yeah, see, the vents are a must. But what they don't tell you is whoever's above the bathroom is asked out because they're the ones that are going to smell it. Because the vent doesn't always go out. Sometimes it makes it just go up. So it's like, oh, you're above the bathroom? Poor you. Bud said, I think that's part of getting to know each other. You got to smell, taste each other as well. Like I said, all senses. Otherwise, it's not going to work out. Yeah, all the embarrassing things, all the gross stuff has to be like right there on the table. Like you got to get it out of the way. Bud Basner. So first date, going to rip one and applaud each other. Oh, there's a story out there that this woman put out. She went on a date. It was a first date with this guy. She liked him. She was feeling really good. She had bought shoes that night. He bought her shoes or something. And they had gone to a restaurant. Her stomach started to feel a little weird. So she wanted to go home because she was like, oh no, like I'm gonna have to go. Like, and I mean go, and it ain't gonna be pretty. And they get in the car and he's like totally oblivious. He thinks everything's like hunky dory and she's trying to smile and she's like, oh my God, the gas and whatever. And she couldn't keep the farts in. They start leaking out, but they're silent and deadly. And they're in this car and she said you could see when it hit him because his whole face just froze. And his eyes started to water. And he's like trying to open the windows and whatever. and it's not going anywhere. It's still lingering because she keeps farting, and now she can't stop because she's embarrassed and laughing. And she just, he's like, oh my God. And he's like gagging because he's like, oh my God, it's in my mouth. I can taste it. I can taste it. And she's just like, she was so embarrassed. So he pulls up to her house. She's like, okay, thank you. I gotta go. I'm so sorry. Grabs her purse, but forgets the shoes, runs in the house and is like, closes the door, figures, okay, like he's not gonna come in, but she didn't lock the door. Runs to the bathroom and just unloads in like the noisiest, loudest poop ever taken. And she's just like letting it rip because she's in her house by herself. Nobody's gonna hear. And then she hears him outside the door. He knocks and goes, you forgot the shoes in the car. And she's so embarrassed. And he's just like, I'm gonna leave them. Are you okay? And she's like, I'm fine. Go away. She's so embarrassed. And he leaves and she's like, damn, I really, really liked him. Like, we got along so well. I can't believe that happened. I'm never gonna hear from him again. Because he was, she was just so beside herself that she did this. She was like, oh, well, that's gonna, like, I hope he doesn't tell anybody because then everybody's gonna know. She wound up married to this man. They're very happily married. And he always brings it up. Like, he's always like, I can still taste it. And she's just like, you shut up. Like, but they have that kind of. Because let me tell you guys, if you could love your girl after she does that, and she knows that you're aware and you've seen the worst and you've been through the worst, and you're still like, you're so pretty and I just want to fuck you all the time or whatever. That woman is gonna adore you the rest of her life because she ain't giving you up for nothing. She is not gonna risk losing you because who else would sit there through that? But yeah, he was like, his eyes were watering. He was crying because it was so bad. And it was, oh my God, but this story, you got to look it up. It's out there. It's hilarious. She tells the story much funnier than I do. But yeah, she wound up marrying this man because he called her a couple days later and was like, or like the next day and was like, are you okay? Like, I was genuinely concerned about you. Like, because that's not normal. Like, it's just not normal. And she was mortified, but it was something they will always be able to laugh about. Yeah, because she didn't take herself so seriously, and he didn't take it like, oh, this is everything about her is just washed away because she blew up a bathroom in my car. Like, it's just funny. So yeah. So I think it's hilarious. In some countries, it's considered a compliment. Well, I guess maybe it is. I don't know. But that's fucking hilarious. Anyway, moving on. I don't know how we got there from deadbeat, but yes, and there's the deadbeat, and then there's the opposite of the deadbeat. For me, the deadbeat is a guy who he's out to have a good time. And if you get in trouble, you're on your own. He don't care. He has no connection to that kid. All he wants is to have a good time. And he doesn't care that you got to shoulder it yourself. But then you have the opposite, which is the sugar daddy who pays for everything, but doesn't really want the whole responsibility of you belonging to him. In actuality, like, there's no real commitment there. Like, he's going to pay for all your stuff as long as you do what he wants, as long as you're the one, like, giving into his needs or whatever. To me, that's a sugar daddy. If you have a sugar daddy, it's just a dude who he's busy. He's got his life. He's got his things that he wants. He does not want a relationship with a woman. He just wants to have sex with a girl and then, like, oh, here's that. Keep her happy. Shut her up. Give her this. It makes it easier, but he doesn't have to give any kind of emotion. He doesn't have to invest himself. He's just throwing money at it. It's kind of like, my mother. Like, she doesn't invest emotionally. She just throws money at me and expects that'll make her happy. If money meant anything to me, it would, but it doesn't. Yeah, sugar daddy works with the gold digger. Yeah, they absolutely do. It's all very shallow and very materialistic. That's how I see them. So we're in agreement. Then you got the loner and the rebel, which, I always think James Dean, obviously. I think of like Keanu Reeves. I think of somebody who doesn't need to be part of a huge group to feel validated. Like, they can stand on their own. They don't go with the sheep speak. They stand out. Maybe they're not everybody's cup of tea. Maybe they say things other people are like, oh, how dare you go against like the main narrative? They do it because they're like, I'm not going to just follow along. Like, no, I'm my own person. I'm going to think what I think based on like the information provided to me. I'm going to use like my higher brain functions. I'm not just going to accept it because it's popular. Like, no. Trendy is not for the loner or for the rebel. The rebel's always looking to, be their own person, to have their own thoughts. If those thoughts align with the rest of society, great. If they don't, that's great too. Like, but they're going to stand up for their own beliefs and they're not going to be quiet about it because they don't need to be part of a big group. Like, they have that desire to have social skills, but they don't want to have to use them if they can avoid it. Like, they're very much like, yeah, just let me do my thing. Like, I'm here. You could, watch. You could not watch. I don't really care. I'm just doing my thing because this is what I do. This is what I choose to do in life. They're very much their own validation. They have a lot of faith in themselves. They have faith in a higher power, but they have that inner faith that most people don't have. That I struggle with inner faith. That's why I'm a people pleaser, because I don't see the worth. Loners tend to have a lot of self-worth, but it's only because they're so strong in their convictions that they stand out from everybody else and they realize that they stand out. That's more of the Sigma male. Like, Sigma is actually higher than an alpha. Like, they have the toughness of the alpha, but they don't have that come adore me kind of mentality. They're not going to take from just anybody. They're not going to align themselves with just anybody. You have to really step up your game. You have to be extraordinary on different levels, and it's different for everybody, to be able to be in the sphere of this person. Like, they're not going to accept mediocrity, and they're going to call out mediocrity. They're going to call out the people who, maybe think too highly of themselves. And it can garner them a lot of enemies, and they could be seen as troublesome, or, like, oh, they're just a pain in the ass to deal with. Well, they're a pain in the ass to deal with because they don't go along with your bullshit. So yeah, of course you're not going to want to deal with them. That's just how I picture them. Now, this word, they're two words, but the main one is the second. Instantly, I guarantee every single one of you has an image in your head for this. And it's a perv, or more importantly, a creep. If you say to your friends, to guy or girl, doesn't matter, if you say that dude is a creep, instantly they know what you mean. They're not thinking, oh, he's creepy because maybe he's got like a beard that you don't like, or like, I don't know, like he looks like Charles Manson. Like, none of that. They know he's a creep because of his personality traits. They know he's got like probably stalker, like obsessive kind of qualities. They know that he's not socially adept, and he comes off like way too strong sometimes in a very shady, like icky way that makes people uncomfortable, especially women. So to me, like, the creep is always going to be like that pasty dude with the super thick glasses and honestly, what's the name of that dude that played John Adams? He always reminds me of a creep. Like that's like the quintessential creep. God damn it! Now I gotta look it up. I know y'all know who I'm talking about. John Adams on HBO because that's where it was. What's his name? Paul Giamatti. Paul Giamatti. To me, he gives off the creepy vibes. He does. I don't know what is. Same thing, Danny Houston or Huston, however you want to say his name. Again, creepy vibes. Danny Huston was the Axeman from American Horror Story for the Coven series. He comes off very creepy to me. Paul Giamatti, I don't know why. Maybe because of the whole Howard Stern pig face thing or whatever, or pig vomit. I think he called him pig vomit. Like he played that character. He always plays these creepy characters. So he creeps me out. I get very uncomfortable watching him act. I don't like him. He's an amazing actor. I don't like him. He just like he makes my skin crawl. So when a girl says he's a creep, that's what she's saying. He makes me uncomfortable. I don't trust him. He makes my skin crawl. He's gross. And it has nothing to do with hygiene or anything like that. It's the whole vibe of the dude. Oh, you could thank music for this one. What do you think of when you think of a scrub? I know that song comes right to mind. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy who can't get no love from me, hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. Like, I don't. It's funny that that's the image that pops up in my head when somebody says that, because I automatically think this dude he has no money. He's literally just hanging out, just trying to pick up chicks. He's got no job. All he does is play like I don't know, like Grand Theft Auto or whatever, like all fucking day long, all night long. Like he never, like leaves his mama's house. He's always just like, "Oh, mom, make me this," or he's got like cups all around his room of empty shit that he was drinking. Like that's what I think of. I think of Miguel. Like that's what I think of. I think of how Miguel was when I knew him, like when he lived here. I don't know what he does in Florida. I don't really care, but I doubt it's very different, except he has children. Come on, have you seen Fred Clays? He plays Santa. Okay, Billy Bob Thornton. There's somebody who gives me the creeps. He gives me the creeps. Oh, so bad. Like he literally turns my stomach. He makes me so uncomfortable. So uncomfortable. I'm always on edge when I see him. And yet I enjoy him as an actor. I loved him in Tombstone. I thought he was funny as shit in Tombstone. It also helps that, he got his ass handed to him. But like in other things like Bad Santa, no. Like, and I know it's partly the character, but it's partly him too. Like when Angelina was with him, I was like, really? Why? Why would you do that? Are you trying to get even with your father? Is that what this is? Because that's what this feels like. Like this feels like, ha ha ha, just like making out with your brother. Making out with her brother was less creepy than her being with Billy Bob Thornton. When they said the thing about the blood in the amulet that, they had each other's blood, that didn't surprise me at all because he ups the wackadoo quotient by like 1,000. I feel like you have to be temporarily insane to be with that man. No offense. I'm just saying. It's no. Mm-mm. I don't like it. All right, so let's plow through some of these before we end, because I do want to go see Fannie Willis at some point. So the scrub, come on. Winning said Angelina is way worse than Billy Bob. Personal experience talk. I can see you being like, I know what you're getting. Like, I mean, yeah, she's a wackadoo too, but she's nice to look at. So she's eye candy. Something that I would never pursue, but I don't mind looking at. That's about it. But that's about as far as I want to, take it. In my wild days, I would have given her a spin, but she's definitely one of those crazy bitches, like without a doubt. She got crazy eyes. You could see it. And yet, I love looking at her. I liked her better when she had a little meat on her bones. She looks like a good stiff window breaker, let alone a good stiff whatever. But yeah, no. See, but from my perspective, Billy Bob is way worse because he's just. He was in, what was that? Sling Blade, I think it was. Totally freaked me out. Lady Awesome Sky. Hell no, that's when I'm done with her. No kissing brothers. That was very disturbing. I'm not gonna lie. It was very disturbing. I was like, am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? No, I can't, because I watched that shit live. And I remember going, no, isn't that her brother? That can't be her brother. I was like, please tell me that's not. And then like their faces separated. And I was like, yeah, that's her brother. It's like making out with the male version of her. It might as well be twins. It would have been even, less awkward. But yeah, that was that was bad. But like I said, her with Billy Bob was worse to me. Because it was like, why are you with this decrepit old man? That's number one. You are hot from head to toe. She was so young. And it was like, you're just starting out. Why are you going to hitch yourself to this weirdo? Like, anyway. But yeah, no, I don't like him. I don't like him at all. That leads us to, we already discussed Soldier. I told you what I thought of for Soldier. But what about the jock? And is there a difference in your head between the jock and an all-American boy? Yeah, you did too, I'm sure. Because to me, there's not a lot of difference, but there is a smidgen of difference. Like the all-American dude for me is like Captain America, right? Like he's the all-American. But there's also like, your quintessential like head quarterback, like, varsity quarterback of every school. Like, just like that to me is like the all-American. Phil Simms was like the all-American boy. I mean, he literally was like physically, like his personality, because I met him, he was fantastic. Just really was the sweetest guy. But like he was to me like an all-American kind of guy. And, he was very much for his parents and his country. Always love you, Ma. Like, yeah, all the time. He was, good husband. He was a good father. Stuff like that. Billy's a player. Yeah. Well, I don't know why though. There we have this weird fascination with sexy ugly. That's going to be a whole other stream. Because we all need to like take our picks for sexy ugly. There is sexy ugly out there. Gary Oldman is sexy ugly. Like he is not what I would call like fundamentally like your standard handsome, but he's sexy. It's just like damn, like it's not how he looks, it's who he is. Like he wears sexiness. But he's like, if you see him in like Sid and Nancy and stuff like that, well, no, he didn't look good at all. He's been in so many goddamn in so many different like movies with like Alfred Molina playing like gay dudes. And it's just like I've seen them all. Believe me, I've seen all his movies. And when he does that, the sexiness goes away and you just look like, how did this dude ever get a job as an actor? Oh my God, Rumpelstiltskin from Once Upon a Time. He's not what society would say is super handsome. Like he's not hot, but he's sexy. He is sexy. You can't deny it. There's something about him that you're just like, damn. Like I'd give it a spin. Like, it's I don't know. It's a weird kind of thing. But that's a whole other stream that I want to talk about. But keep that in mind because I want y'all to like come at me with different names because I have a whole list of sexy ugly out there. It's so weird. There's the same thing with some women. Like there's a lot of actresses out there. I can't think of one off the top of my head that's like sexy ugly. Then I don't want to say a woman is ugly because it's mean, but not your standard traditional beauty, like by beauty standards today. Um, like there are ones that people find sexy. They don't turn me on at all. Maggie Gyllenhaal, nope. Same thing with her brother. Her brother never turned me on either. It's a weird thing. Like I just don't find them sexually attractive. Like they just don't do it for me. It's weird. But then like the girl from Black Widow, the sister, Yelena. Dear God, everything she does, I'm just like, yes, please, more. Yes, please, more. And she's not your typical beautiful. Like she's short and she's a little thick. She's not skinny. She's got a, round face and, she doesn't wear traditional like makeup or whatever. Like she's not into like the whole glam thing, but she's fucking gorgeous and she's so hot. And it's just like, it's weird because I don't think like you can't put her up next to like the likes of like, I don't know, like Cindy Crawford or like, um, and I'm dating myself here, or like the Christy Brinkleys of the world or whatever. Like not that type of tall, willowy kind of beauty. She's this tiny little cute little like kitten. And I just want to I just want to squeeze her and hug her and just keep her forever. But in a non-illegal way, whoever's listening. Side note, in my many adventures, I came across Billy Bob Thornton's mom. She read tarot cards. Did you really? That's awesome. You got to tell me one day how that went. That's hilarious. You have some stories, lady. Let me tell you. But yeah, like All American, I think Captain America. Yeah, I think Phil Simms, stuff like that. I think Jock. I think of guys who are kind of like they're sporty, but they're kind of like douches. Like they're not. They don't have like all the values and traditions. They're more like athletic man whores. Is kind of how I see them. Like, and they're always full of themselves. Always. And I will call him George, and I will hug him and squeeze him and love him, and his little head is just gonna pop right off. Bing! There it goes. So that's what the difference between a jock and an all-American for me. Let's speed through a little bit. You got the class clown, obviously, somebody who's always joking, cannot be serious. Always pulling pranks, always pull my finger and, walking by perpetually, like, just pulling bullshit to make people laugh, but it gets really annoying because they don't have any other personality traits. Like, they never get serious. And, like, this is not somebody you can rely on. This isn't somebody that you could talk serious to. It's where you go when you just want to laugh or you want to be made the butt of their joke. Because that's a risk with that type of person. Like they're always willing to crack on anybody. They don't care who you are. Then you go to the other side of that. What do you think of when I say, oh, that boy, he's a cowboy. He thinks he's a cowboy. When I think somebody's like a cowboy kind of status, I think of somebody who's kind of rough around the edges, silent, withdrawn a little bit, but like somebody that you would love to get to open up because you think they'd be interesting to talk to. Like they have stories galore, but they never say them. So you just know there's a wealth of like information behind those eyes that nobody's reaching because they're not sharing. They're not sharers. They bottle everything up. And they're loners in a way that's different than the loner. Like these people literally are like, they're what you what girls dreamed of? Like the dude that goes riding by all masculine on a horse, and he's racing around, and he's like doing all these manual like labor things, and he's skilled, and it's just somebody dependable who's just really not maybe adept at conversation. Like they're not loquacious, they're not oversharers, they're not emotional. Like they're very, very stoic, but they can handle pretty much anything. So it's like it's somebody to me who's like very like cocksure, even like they're very sure of themselves, but they exude that really like high confidence, but they don't talk about themselves. They don't promote themselves. They don't do that. They're kind of cool and laid back, like they stand back, they're aloof, but yet admirable and strong in the same way. That's what I think of when I say, "Oh, that boy, he thinks he's a cowboy." And it's somebody who, they take risks. They do. And they don't like bring attention to it. They don't talk about it. They just do it. And if they fall down, they take their lumps, they get back up, and they're back at it again. It's really somebody who's almost like relentless in their pursuit of what they want to do. They never let anything get them down. Like they just continue to pick themselves back up, start over, pick themselves back up, start over. To me, cowboys tend to be very audacious in the way they live rather than the way they communicate. They're men of action, not men of words. This is a fun one. The fixer-upper. Now, I have an opinion on the fixer-upper because I think the fixer-upper man has gotten a bad rap. I do. There are fuck-ups and then there are fixer-uppers. I know the initials are the same. They mean two different things. And for some reason, people tend to put them together and treat them like they're one thing. I don't think there are. There are men who have fucked up their whole life and they expect you to come along and fix everything. And that's not going to happen because they're not going to change. They're not going to stop doing the things they did before. That is a fuck up. He is going to always need you to clean up his mess. Now, the fixer-upper tends to be somebody who has the potential to be great, but is lacking the support and lacking maybe the right partner to supplement their strengths. Hey, Shell, the high school I graduated from had a riding, roping, and running barrel scene. Girl, that sounds amazing. Oh, I hate to tell you, you would never know. I love me some rodeos. I love rodeos. You have no idea. They make me happy on so many levels. Everything from the stands to the shows to the riding to the even to the I guess I don't love the riding the bull part because it makes me so nervous, but I'm drawn to it. It's an adrenaline thing. I won't do it, but I'll watch it. It's just sometimes I'll watch it through fingers over my eyes, no, because it's so stressful. But I love it. I do. I love it. It's so weird. I would have loved if my school had that. I would have either participated because I do love to go horseback riding, or I would have just been at every single match, every single event. But was AFK for a couple of minutes. Hey, when all right. There you go. Oh, you're back now. Yeah, I don't Winning's just hanging out. He'll say stuff when he feels like there's something to be said. He's not overly talkative in chat. Probably because he knows I pay too much attention to him. But yeah, the fixer-upper dude, that's I think somebody who has potential, but hasn't had the right breaks. He's had a run of bad luck or he's had bad people in his life, and he just hasn't had the opportunity or the support necessary to really flourish and to thrive the way he can. So his potential is thwarted by, sometimes nefarious people. People with not good intentions can throw him off track, and somebody from the outside might look and go, "Oh, look, he doesn't have this, he doesn't have that. Oh, what a fuck up." That's not a fuck up. A fuck up is somebody who intentionally just doesn't give a shit, or who just makes stupid mistakes over and over. Like, I'm a fuck up. I have no problem saying I'm a fuck up, but I have the ability now to change that because I recognize what a fuck up I was. Um, but I wasn't a fuck up in every aspect of my life, just in certain areas. And I think a fixer-upper man is somebody that if you put the work in with them, then you both rise together. And I think that counts a lot more with people. Like, you see these stars out here that they're like, you know what? They're like, you look at their partner and you're like, wow, that girl is like, she's not even in his league. Like, what is he doing with her? You know what he's doing with her? Because she's genuine. She was with him at the bottom when nobody believed in him. When everybody said, you can't do this, go get a real job, go get this, go get that. She was with him when they were eating ramen. She was with him in a 1-bedroom fucking 4-story walk up. She was with him when they had nothing and believed in him. So when he did have, she was still there, and she went and built that ride. She went on the whole ride with him. She helped build him up. That's a fixer-upper. The one has the potential for greatness, who has the desire to be great and just needs somebody to believe in them. Don't put yourself out completely for this person, but that's what I think the difference is. And I think fixer-upper men have had such a bad rap because they take these men who have emotional, like, deficiencies, who have, like, no values, no ethics, no anything. And they're like, "Oh, that I can change him. I can fix him." No, you can't. Like, a man that's that low and that broken, you need to just leave him alone. He's got to fix himself before he's, even interacting with people. But if you have a man who's like, he's sane and he's, like, solid, but he's had some bad breaks and not all of his own action, like things that happened to him that he's dealing with, I think that is a worthwhile endeavor. I do. I don't think that's a red flag. I think you need to go into it knowing, okay, it might not work out because, maybe he's not ready for somebody like you or whatever. It doesn't matter. You keep giving. You go in and you go, well, this could go either way, but I think he's worth it. Like, that to me is what I think of when I think fixer upper. I don't think how they attribute it today is accurate or fair. I really don't. I went to school with cowboys, country boys, rednecks, trailer trash, and southern gentlemen. Just a nice mix of the South. Yeehaw! Go for it. I love me some southern gentlemen. I always have. That's always been my weakness. You could blame the Dukes of Hazzard, goddammit. But yeah, I've always been a sucker. Always been a sucker for a southern gentleman. Dear God. Actually, you know what? You can blame Rhett Butler. You absolutely can. Because that is like the quintessential male in my head, is Rhett Butler. Like, he was funny, but in a very sarcastic, like, teasing way. He was strong. He was a provider. He loved his family. He was cunning. He was very savvy. He was very socially adept, even though people didn't know how to take him because he made them uncomfortable because he, like, always told the truth. Like, he would call you out on your bullshit like nothing and be like, what? Like, I'm sorry, the truth hurts. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to, like, sugarcoat shit for you. And he knew what he wanted and he didn't let anybody stop him. He was like, you could get on board. At one point, everybody hated him. In the story, everybody was against him. He's a horrible person. He's this, he's that. Blah, blah, blah. Like, he's scandalous. But then in the end, like, he was everything that she could have ever wanted or needed. She just didn't know it because she was looking at the shiny little thing over here that I can't have. Like, and I saw that and I was just like, I don't want the poofy, like, oh, I love you, but I'm marrying this person kind of dude. I want the dude who says, well, I'm me and you're you and we feel this thing. Let's do it. Fuck it. Let's go. Like ups or downs, like it's us, and has that kind of confidence, that cocky kind of swagger, but yet still has that like that ability to flatter and like cajole and whatever. Rhett Butler was everything to me. Still is. Like he literally like the ideal for me. It's weird. But yeah, no, I love me some Rhett Butler. Good God. She's like, you, sir, are no gentleman. He said, and you, miss, are no lady. Oh, he's like, that's all right. I don't like ladies. He's like, I'd rather you be real. Yep, I love me some Rhett Butler. Always have. All right, next one is the party boy, frat boy. Or here's what I want you to think of. If somebody says, dude, he has Peter Pan syndrome, what do you think? Are you picturing Peter Pan or are you just picturing this dude who will never grow up? And this is what I mean when I say we have all these labels. They don't have labels like this for us. That not this varied, I don't think. But I want to find out. So like I need to have the flip side of this conversation stream sometime next week or the week after or whatever. Because I don't know. But it can't happen today, but it's got to happen. Because do they have as many like assignations for us as we have for them? We have so many things out there to perfectly describe and categorize these men purely on sight, like on superficial information that we have. And we're willing to saddle them with this name, and everybody understands what you mean when you describe them this way. And it can create a false image for this person. You may be completely off base, but now everybody looks at them and thinks this thing, depending on how influential you are, which, women tend to go, oh, yeah, okay. And then they look at you and they see you through that filter. They see you through the cowboy filter. They see you through the creepy filter. And that poor dude is always going to be battling against that filter that they're looking through, that perception of them. It may be completely off base, but it doesn't matter. Now that has been attributed to them. And a certain amount of people that know that are always going to reference them in that way or see them in that way. I don't think that's fair. I think it happens every second of every day, probably a million times a second, but that doesn't make it right. And I do think we do it to men a lot more than they do it to us. I mean, they have a lot of different like adjectives for us, but as far as like actual personified filters of perception, I don't think they have it. Like not as many. I've heard guys say, "Oh, you don't want to be with that bitch. Why? She's a shenane." Now, if you watched Martin, you know what a shenane is. Okay, it is a very distinct personality. It is a character because then she's just vapid and in your face and way too loud. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh no, you didn't! Like like that very like. The same way if you say, oh, like this big mama came over to me, you know what somebody's talking about. When you say, oh, the fucking ethot, you know what they're talking about. But I don't think they're as specific as we are. I don't think they're as varied. I think they have like their standard like go-tos, and then like maybe the more creative people have the littler ones, but we as a whole, like as an entire gender, I think we're very sexist against men. I do. I think we judge them way more than they judge us. And I just wonder, are we wrong? Like when we're always, I think we are, when we're always saying that men are the ones that are sexist. The patriarchy is sexist. Because I think the matriarchy is just as sexist, if not more. We're way harsher on them than they are on us. I think so, at least. I think we tend to hold them to much higher expectations, and we like expect forgiveness, whereas they constantly have to pay for their crime over and over and over and over and over. Could be the tiniest misstep, and we're just like, that defines you for the next like 10 years. And they have to battle that whole narrative. Anything goes, VT. I can think of a dozen stereotypes dudes have for ladies. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I could think of a lot of them they have, but I don't think that they're as insurmountable or as varied as the ones that women have for men. I think ours, we tend to like adopt one, and that's stuck. There's no change in my mind once I think something of a person, like of a man that I don't know, unless it's like somebody that I grow to care about. But like most of the time, like however I met him and thought of him at first, that's pretty much like how I'm going to label him in my head. And I'm going to look through that lens at him. And if he steps outside that stereotype, right away, I'm going to think something's wrong or what's going on. Is he okay? You know, like, is he trying to trick me? Is he trying to like, is he hiding something? And that it's a trap. It really is. It's a trap. It traps them into some, like space that they don't belong. And it traps us in that we can't see them for more than what we think they are. So we don't always see the truth of it. And we imagine things that aren't there. We hyper focus and we overanalyze. So I think that's a thing. But yeah, Peter Pan, that's the dude that's never going to grow up. Like there's no chance of him ever growing up. He's always going to want to go out with the boys and get drunk. And he's going to be the one that comes home and like pukes in your, begonia bed or whatever. Like it's that guy who never left college. He's never going to be responsible. He's never going to be up on time. He's not going to have a 9-to-5 job because he can't get up that fucking early because he's been drinking the night before, or he's like perpetually stoned or high or whatever. Always going to clubs, flirting with young girls when he's like, 55, 60 years old, thinking that he's like hot shit all the time. And you're like, no, you're not. Like, you need to, you're in the second half of your life. Calm the fuck down. Like, you're not a kid anymore. Your body doesn't do that. They don't know that. They won't accept that. So they keep pushing themselves to like be around younger people and younger people and younger people. And it's because they have that immature mindset. They don't want responsibility. They don't want to be adults. And it's sad, but I mean, that's what I think of when I think of a Peter Pan dude. And then you have other things like bullies or hood rats or thugs. Like those tend to go together, right? Like bully's just somebody who's just going to be loud, push you around, whatever. Anything goes. Stereotypes might not be the greatest idea mankind has come up with, but they didn't pop out of thin air. No, they're learned societal constructs. They help us process people in a more efficient, as we think, or rapid pace so that you're not getting to know every single person in the room. You're literally looking at people and you could, you're mentally swiping right or left based on how you judge them to be. And because of stereotypes, you could usually anticipate, or you feel you can anticipate what type of person you're dealing with and what they're going to do. So it helps you become more socially adept and, able to maneuver yourself through crowds of people, without taking fire. Like you get out of it unscathed usually because you avoid all like the people who are going to set you off or that you don't want to deal with or that are going to be bad for you. And you gravitate toward the ones that, appeal to you the most. And you can weed them out. Like a woman will walk in a room and be like him, and him. The rest, no. I guarantee it. I guarantee they might not do it, but they're absolutely capable of doing that. And not based on just looks. They can read them. Like, and it's not that they're accurate, but they're going to read them. They're going to do a quick assessment of every single person and be like, nope, 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 yes, no, 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 no. Very Madeline Kahn in History of the World, probably like, yes, yes, no, 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 yes. Like, I love that scene. She's like, no, 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 wait a minute. Yes. Like, I fucking love Madeline Kahn. But then you get to the other side. So we dealt with like all the hardcore guys and whatever. But then you get to the white collar guys. Like when you think of that, you always think of a guy in a business suit, whatever. He could be hot, he could be built. Most of the time you think of somebody who's got, like some type of financial freedom because he's more financially secure because he's got a 9 to 5 job and he's, schlepping to work and he's wearing a tie and, like it's not somebody who is going to come home and like fix the air conditioner or whatever, but he'll come home and do your taxes. Like that type of guy. That's how I think of that. T-Rex said, I fell asleep, just woke back up, but I feel like I dreamed about what you're talking about. Maybe you did. My voice has been known to to permeate sleep states. Then you move on to like nerds, geeks. That was always like when they were younger, it was somebody that you like, you picked on or whatever. They were, uncool. Nowadays, it's like when you think of nerds and geeks, you think of the same type of like comic book superhero type, person. They're obsessed with that stuff. But it's not that they're uncool. Like some of them are still very uncool. I'm not going to lie. But like a lot of them turned out to be hot. Like they worked on themselves, but they still had their pleasures and everything in like comics and whatever. They still had that interest. Yeah, welcome back, T-Rex. To the land of the living. More like the land of the lost when you're on here, but whatever. But now they have this whole thing where they went and took like the coolness of being a nerd, because there is a type of coolness that goes with you if you're willing to appreciate it. But that's somebody who, are they going to thrill me to the point where I'm like, yes, oh my God, let's go to bed? No. But they're going to thrill me in the fact that they stimulate that part of me that has that geek nerd obsession with sci-fi and fantasy film and, like books and stuff like that. It's much more, it's on a much more, I guess, entertainment level for me. And it's almost nostalgic for me when I talk to nerds, because they can go back and they can give me origins that I never knew about. Like they'll give me backstories and whatever. The nerds are the ones, they have all the details, and they will go on about them. And I don't mind that because I could do it too. I have a long, like that, being a nerd is part of my personality, but it's not the only thing that I am. Like nobody's going to look at me and go, oh, she's a nerd. No, but in high school, I didn't look like a nerd, but I was in the honor society. So of course, all the idiots that I dated would be like, oh, look, here's my nerd girl. It's like, whatever, because they could never be academically where I was. They just didn't have it. So that was the moniker that I got, but it was just like, I was the hot nerd. I was, I was the nerd they wanted to date. So it was just like, there was such a difference because the nerds that I hung out with, the dudes, were not dating. No girls wanted to date them, including me, because they tried, but it was just like, no. Like even I rejected the nerds in high school because it was just like, no. Like you need like a protein shake and a weightlifting session, and then we could talk, because they were so like skinny and just with the glasses and the braces, and who knew they'd grow up hot? God. And rich. Jesus. Oh God, I just picked wrong in high school, but whatever. But I mean, now now girls are catching on that it's the nerds and the geeks that they're going to go out and make the money. They're going to, worship their wives because they're like a 5 or a 6 if they're lucky with the financial ability to hook up with a 10. And okay, more power to you. She's not going to make you, like a wonderful wife, but trophy wife is fine. Nerds and geeks 50% of the time turn out to be the richest, have the hottest wives, and get to retire early, or they end up 40-year-old virgins. Flip of the coin, really. Exactly. And that's what I was getting to. Because you either have the ones that grow up and they're like, masters of the universe, still ugly as fuck. Like, look at Bill Gates. Just bleh. Or you have like Elon Musk. Like, he is weird. But God, I want to hang out with him. I do. I just want to, I don't want to do him or nothing. But like, I call him Daddy Elon. But like, I want to hang out with him because he's cool. I want to hear what he has to say. Because as he grew older, I think he went from being like that timid geek who didn't have like footing in the world to realizing his own personal power, to realize that, okay, I'm doing all these things. Nobody else is doing them. Hot damn, I'm awesome. And he started speaking up, like him telling the, advertisers, go fuck yourself. That was the best to me. I loved it. Could have been planned, scripted, whatever. I don't care. The fact that he said it made my heart happy. It really did. But you have those dudes out there who never get to that status. And we call them like incels, right? It's the geeky dude who's sitting in his mother's basement, 40 years old, never got laid, will never get laid, has to buy, any attention from a female. And I feel bad for them. I do. I feel bad for them, but they're not doing anything to improve themselves either. They're like, no, but I know all this, that. Okay, but you need to diversify your interests because that's what you want. All of these things that we're talking about, these are ways of looking at people that you're putting them in this little itty bitty glass. And they're not allowed to be more than just that thing in your head. You've classified them as this, and that's what they're going to stay. And the truth of the matter is, most men are many things at once. Same way women can be very many things at once. But I think we tend to ignore the other things there and hyper focus on whatever sticks out to us the most or whatever struck us first. Anything goes. Nerds are still uncool. Put down the comics by age 20 dorks. That's not true. I love comics. I'm going to be 50 years old next month, and I still love comics. I love Marvel, DC. I will read comics. I will read manga. I'll look at manga, not a problem. But I have many, many, many other interests. I'm not just about that. Like, I can have conversations on a million different topics. But that one I really like. You want to talk about Star Wars? I will talk about Star Wars all day. You want to talk about Lord of the Rings? Okay, let's go. You want to talk about any kind of like sci-fi or fantasy or whatever? I'm good to go. I'm there for it. And I will jump in feet first and enjoy the fuck out of it. But I can have conversations about pretty much anything. I mean, that's the whole point of me being up here. I can talk about anything ad nauseum, like for 6 hours. I've seen photos of Comic-Con. The place was not full of hot rich men. No, but it was owned by them. It was full of fat nerds living with mom. Well, I mean, yeah, Comic-Con is a special kind of gathering. I can't. I've seen some of the Comic-Cons, and yeah, like some of them are scary. Some of the people that go there are scary. And some of them are just awesome, but some take it too far. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Which leads me, since you went down that route, to the things that men never want to be. They don't want to be called your buddy. Oh, this is my buddy. Or this is my friend. This is my friend. Because when a girl says, "Oh, this is my friend," trust and believe you are her friend, and you're staying there. If she goes, "Oh, we're buddies," that means you don't have a penis in her eyes. Like, not a penis in her eyes, because you definitely ain't getting that far. But that's like sixth base. But like, if she says, "Oh, we're buddies," yeah, you're buddies. You ain't hitting nothing. Like, that's just, you have been asexualized. You have been friend zoned. You are not male, and she's not going to treat you like you're male. You're not a threat to her. You don't want to be in that range unless you never have no interest in this person at all. And it is very, very difficult to get out of this. That leads to why women put men in the friend zone. Usually it's because at that moment, they don't see you as a contender for their affection. They love you. They think you're great, but you don't spark that desire in them to like hook up. You're not dangerous. You can't become dangerous. I know some guys are like, "Well, I can change." No, just be you. There will be a woman who comes along who loves you for you. But if she's not seeing the worth in you, then she ain't the one. Like, that's just how it is. And it happens to everybody out there, male, female, animal, vegetable, mineral, doesn't matter. Like, it happens to everybody. You're going to meet people who are not going to see the value in you. People that you want to be with, they just aren't feeling it like you do. And people take it personally, and you can't. But it is a filter that we look at people through. You're like, "Oh, he's sweet. He's there. I can talk to him. I'm so comfortable with him." I'm a little attracted, but do I wanna give up everything else I have with him for, like, a sexual thing? Because that usually fucks up my relationships, because none of my relationships work. So you tend to, when we friend zone you, a lot of guys take it as an insult. I don't think it is. I think it's somebody who's afraid to lose you because they know that their relationships don't work out romantically. Because they know that they're not equipped to deal with romantic relationships. They are broken in some way that those non-platonic relationships implode all the time. So they have a choice to make. They could either see you as their forever friend with, like, you just have no penis, and it has nothing to do with your masculinity. It has to do with your importance to them and their ability to navigate different types of relationships. If they know they're going to fuck up a romantic relationship, they will specifically put you in that platonic only box so that you're always there. They don't realize that it hurts you, or that you're taking it personally, or that you feel slighted, or that it's, like, crushing your ego, because I know it does. I know it does. They're looking at it like, "I just want you to be my friend. I don't want me. Don't do this. Don't do that. Just be my friend and, have fun with me so I could be comfortable. I could be myself with you. I just don't want you to leave me. I don't want you to abandon me because I fucked it up. Like, we're good as friends. Can we keep it that way? That's safe for me. It feels good for me." It has nothing to do with the dude's desirability or whatever. It has to do with what they can deal with. Like, I knew a woman who, she flirted with this much older man, and, like, like, he was so into her and everything, and he just really adored her. And out of nowhere, I guess it got to be too intimate for her, and it got to be too risky for her, and she was just like, no, like, she just friend zoned him out of nowhere. That to me is unfair, but that's where she was in her life. She was like, I don't have anything to offer you, but I don't want you to leave. I don't want to lose this amazing, like energy we got going on. Like, I want you in my life, but I can't do what you want me to do. So you have to be in this box. I can only think of you like this. And it's the way to hold on to somebody while you're also, like trying to let them go so that they can go and pursue somebody else. That doesn't mean that they never wanted you. They just don't want to lose you more than taking the risk. That's my take on it from my point of view. And then you got you got the betas, the soy boys, and the Fanooks and the mama's boys. Those kind of all go together in my eyes. Like, those are the ones that are like, they're a little too soft. They're pushovers. They're very sensitive all the time, but like overly so. Like, they're very gay, like so gay, but like without the homosexuality or whatever. Like, they're just straight dudes who act like females. They are so feminized and so effeminate and so, I guess, like estrogen emotion, like derived. Like, that's just how they are. And it's funny to me. Like, a mama's boy, when you think of mama's boy, you're like, oh yeah, he loves me, but he's always gonna love his mother more. Like, if I want to do something and he's like, oh, but we have dinner at my mother's. Okay, but it's our anniversary. But I have dinner at my mother's. I promised my mother. Like, okay, are you going to die with your mother? Or are you going to die with me? Like, are we going to grow up together? Like, grow old together? Or are you going to grow old with her? Like, you got to pick one. I think when you leave your parents' house, your parents are not supposed to be the priority in your life. They are of the past. Yes, they're important. They should always be connected. But your partner and your children are your priority, the same way it was for them. Like, if your father chose his mother over his wife, I guarantee your father and your mother had problems. I guarantee it was a bone of contention all the fucking time, because then the wife was not the priority. Then she's not the partner, the mother is. And not for nothing, but if you didn't raise your son right, why do I have to fix everything now? Like, let go. Cut the apron strings. He's mine now. Go away. That's why I tell my son, like, no girl will ever be good enough for you, because I'm deathly afraid like some bitch is gonna come along and be like, all right, we're out, peace, and then there goes my son. It's different with girls. Girl always needs her mother. She gets married, she always goes back to her mother, and like, Ma, he did this, Ma, he did, Ma, I need advice, whatever. Granted, not me, because my mother doesn't give good advice. But if grandma was alive, I would have. But men going back to their mother to ask for advice is a little ickish. It's like, like, can't you go to your friends? Go to your dad for advice. Like, what the fuck? Like, he's been dealing with your mother. Why would you go to your mother? She's going to give you chick advice. Then that's not going to make the chick that you're trying to impress impressed. It's just not, because then you're coming at her with this like soft energy. It's like dealing with another female. We don't like it. We want you to be a man up, like, be you. But like, talk to your dad. Get like the male perspective. Don't go with the female perspective, because that's going to fuck you over every time. Yes, we have a million opinions to give you. You're like, oh, but if I talk to my mother, she's always got, advice for me. Yes, because that's what women are. We are full of advice. Full of advice. Now, ask me if we're full of good advice. That's a different animal. That's a different animal. We might be able to tell you everything that you should do, but it's not really what you should do. It might not be helpful. We might think it would be helpful, but it doesn't turn out to be that way. Can I ask where you're from? I'm from Hoboken, New Jersey. Can't you tell by my Jersey accent? I mean, I do have a couple twangs in there because I lived in Kansas for 2 years, and I talk to a lot of Southern people, so they're invading my accent. But no, I'm from Jersey. I am a Jersey girl. Soy boy again. Soy boy is like a beta boy. Like, they're very soft. They're not threatening. They're not intimidating in the slightest. They can surprise you sometimes, but it's rare. Like, you know what you're dealing with. You're just like, whatever. You know you can push them around. You know you can manipulate them. Um, and you do. Like, I think we write them off really quickly. And we tend to, just be like, all right, whatever. Like, and just move on to somebody who is a little stronger, more dangerous in our eyes. Good guy, hard worker. Here we go. Handy. What do you think of when I say that? Oh, he's handy. I'm not saying he's handsy. He's handy. I think of somebody who can basically like fix anything. Whether it's a situation or an air conditioner or whatever, he's good at fixing things. Maybe not physical like machinery, but he's a fixer. He's got solutions to things and he can make things better. To me, he's handy. You're in a jam, he's handy to have around. Like, that's what I think of. Same with a hard worker. Like, a hard worker is somebody who I think puts their all into everything. I don't picture somebody who gives up easily. Maybe they're not super successful by like society's terms, but personally, they're very successful. Personally, they always push themselves to do the best that they can. They are not afraid to get in there and get dirty and like see you through like the hard times. And they're not the ones that go, the kids are thrown up. Oh, gotta go. They're the ones that are in there going, all right, you get that one, I'll get this one. Like, they're the ones that are always going to be in the fight with you. They'll stand with you no matter how hard it gets. They're going to put the work in. They're not just going to sit back and let you do everything. They're not going to just, they're not out there to get a free ride. They want to be, the leaders. They want to be the breadwinner. They want to be the provider, the protector. They want to be everything and aren't afraid that it could get difficult in certain spots. My grandfather was the quintessential hard worker in my mind. I don't ever remember a time the man was not working. Even when he was off, he was in the yard doing the gardening, like making sure that my grandmother's like, all her vegetables were like set up and, putting sticks in the ground and tying, bigger plants up so that they didn't like fall over and die and whatever. Like, he was always doing. Even a conversation, like, there were certain things we couldn't talk about, but if I was upset about something and I needed to talk to him, his focus was right there. And he was like, tell me, just don't leave anything out. Talk to me. But listen, if you're going to tell me, we're going to fix this today. Like, we're going to start fixing it. And he didn't care who he had to talk to, how much money it cost, how much time it cost him. He was like, no, like, if we're going to fix this, we're going to fix it. And we're going to do everything we have to. I don't care if you don't like it. Suck it up because we got to do it. Like, if you want this to be done, you got to put the effort in. And he taught me that. He taught me to be that way. Anything goes. Sounds great. Just couldn't place it. I don't run across many people with accents. I worked with a lady from Staten Island. Oh, she was from Staten Island? Yeah, I know. No, Staten Island's, it's a much different accent. Is they talk like this and they're like, hey, like, oh no, you didn't, like that kind of talk. Like, it's more nasally and it's much more like in your face, like, ugh. Jersey we just forget our R's. Like, Jersey makes sense. I'm glad. Yeah, that's everybody on here knows me as the Jersey girl. We celebrate that shit because I love me some Jersey. Can't wait to get the hell out, but I do love me some Jersey. I was the typical Jersey girl with the big hair and the big hair and the makeup and the mini skirt and the boots and the Marlboro lights. because of course. What's an aw? What's an R? It's a R. There you go. That's an R. But even the way I say it, I say aw. It's an aw. Like I'm not, I can't even say it correctly. Tired. I'm tired. Like, it's just how it is. I'm not tired. I'm tired. Yeah. Oh my God, you nailed it. Yeah, no, I'm good with accents from around here. I know them all. The only thing that I usually get like confused, like people get confused with my accent. They're like, "Oh, you're from Brooklyn?" I get very upset, but that's probably the closest. Because oh my God, like how you gonna come talk to me like that? Like that's very Brooklyn. Like, yo, what are you doing over there? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, that's Brooklyn. And yeah, I can slip into that. It depends on who I'm talking to. If I'm talking to my mother, my accent is way thicker.
God, Michelle, what are you doing, Michelle? What are you doing? Oh my God, you sons of bitches, you sons of bitches.
That's my mother. Yep. And last but not least, we talked about handy, but now the opposite of that. What about like a wimp? What do you think of when you think of wimp? Because I think of that geeky little dude with the crooked glasses and mud on the front of him because he just got his face kicked in the dirt. I think of like the dude who gets pushed around and never stands up for himself. I can't deal with those types of men. I can't. I know it's a flaw. I know I should be more accepting. But if you're hey, cool gamer. But if you're a wimp, I can't fuck with you. I can't. Like, you need to be able to stand up for yourself. Because if you can't stand up for yourself, how the hell are you ever going to stand up for me? Like, I don't want men in my life who I have to protect. Because I don't feel that's my role. I'll protect them regardless because I care about them. But Wolfram, hefty. Wimpy. Hefty cinch sack. I know. Y'all just like to see me go all with the tism and start just like blurting shit out. I know you do it on purpose. Just like you drop some like, some random characters thing and you're like, oh, I don't know who that is. And I'm like, da, 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 da. You're like, I knew you'd know who it was. Fuck you. Well, shit. But yeah, when I think of wimps, Wolfram is innocent. You are so not innocent, Lord. Not. No. Believe me, like it's a game. Winning does it to me all the time. He says something, he knows I'm gonna take off in song. He knows it's gonna spark something in my head, and I'm just gonna start singing for no fucking reason. Because I am a living Broadway musical. Like I randomly just burst into song and dance. It's just who I am. Oh well, you are not innocent, Wolfram. Stop it. And if you were, your ears would be burning every single time I'm on air. Every single time. And you wouldn't be drawn to this channel anyway. Yes, we talk about emotions, but it's debaucherous as well. There's always going to be a little degeneracy around here. Even when I'm on my best behavior. That's just part of who I am. It's just not all of who I am. Wimpy though, like I hate when I get wimpy. Oh, I hate it. Like when I'm afraid to like say something back. And I only really get like that with my family. Anybody else, like I'll let you talk and just me being quiet is not me being wimpy. Me being quiet is that I don't want to eviscerate you and let everybody know what a bitch I could be. But it's like, that's the only thing that's making me look a little weak. But wimpy, I don't think anybody would use that adjective for me. I just don't. But there are a lot of people. I've met a lot of wimpy people in my life, and I can't be around them. I just can't. It's just like, do you like being a doormat? Like, say no. Tell them, no, you're being rude. Like, tell them they're being rude. Tell them they're hurting your feelings. Well, can you? No, you do it. Why do I have to protect you? Like, what the hell? Who signed me up for that? Like, I'll defend myself most of the time. There are certain people who defend me, which, just gives me a little thrill. But it makes me feel all warm and gooey inside, but I don't expect it. It's always amazing to me when it happens, but I never expect it. I always assume at some point I'm going to have to say something and get into it myself, and I really don't want to, because me on a tear is a very scary thing. But yeah, I'm not wimpy. I know so many guys who I'm like, dude, you let her talk to you like that? Like, why are you crying over this chick who treats you like shit? Like, I've so many dudes throughout my life, nobody in particular, because, you got to put that disclaimer out there. I'm not calling anybody out. I've known people like this since literally the day I was born. But there are dudes out there that I know that were married to chicks who were like cheating on them. They'd abuse them. They'd spend all their money. They refused to do anything. Wouldn't even give them the time of day, never gave them sex or affection or love or anything else. They just pushed them around. They bullied them all the time. And these dudes, like, they just let them. And it was like, how do you get to the point where you're so afraid to even open your mouth? Like, you're afraid of losing her. What are you losing? She's a piece of crap. Lose her now. Like, you'll be so much happier when you do. And I think that's a thing for wimpy guys. They're afraid that anybody who leaves them is a loss, because they're so not used to being the focus of anybody's attention, good or bad. And they're just like, yeah, dude, just do whatever. I'll forgive you anything. And they think it makes them a better person. They're like, I'm more sensitive. I'm more forgiving. No, there's forgiving. And then there's being a fucking, a dumbass. Like, there's being a doormat. And if you're going to be a doormat, then you don't get to complain. If you're going to let somebody push you around all the time and be mean to you and not like tell them, hey, I don't like it, cut the shit, then I don't want to hear it, because you're allowing it. In fact, you're accepting it. So it's almost like you're welcoming it. Like, that person, losing somebody who treats you badly, is not a loss. It's just not. You'll be so much happier if you walk away from somebody like that. Anything goes. I only get wimpy with lady cops. But their track record just gets worse and worse. I don't want one to shoot me 12 times thinking she's holding her flashlight. Oh my God, I saw that the other day. Bro, she completely unloaded that whole magazine, that whole clip. And the lady was on the other side of the fucking wall. Like, she couldn't even see her. How do you just open fire like that? What is wrong with you? And then be like, oh, and then run away. Oh, yeah, that's brave. Yeah, no, I don't fuck with female cops. I know a lot of female cops. My best friend from college, Christine, is a state trooper. I would not fuck with her. She is not the type that's gonna pull that kind of stunt. She is the type that when you come out, if you badmouth her, like you talk back to her, you're getting arrested and it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. Because she's like 6 feet tall. I mean, to me, she's absolutely beautiful. I think she's drop dead gorgeous, but that's me. But I see her through my lens, like, I guess I just look at her that way. But I genuinely believe she is absolutely beautiful. But she's not your standard of beauty that everybody else runs with. But to me, she's one of the most beautiful women I've ever been around. But she's tough. She's tough and she's scary. And she will kick your ass. She will kick your ass. She is not the chick who panics and unloads a whole fucking clip worth of bullets for no fucking reason. And then goes, give me the other one, and unloads the second and then runs away. Like, that's just, I can't. But anyway, so that's my list. So I just wanted to go over that with you guys, give you something to think about. If anybody's got any comments to make, please do. Anything goes. 2 lady cops, 3 full clips of ammo, 17 rounds each, clip over 50 shots fired, and 8 non-vital hits. I mean, I'm very happy about the non-vital hits, but out of 50 shots at decent range, I mean, the person was not far the fuck away. And you only hit them 8 times? Really? Like, and what, like I think they were all in the leg, right? Like the majority of them, which not fun because leg wounds are not fun. Not fun at all. But dude, like, they're going to own that town. The woman who got shot or the women who got shot, they're definitely going to sue the city, and there's no way they're not winning. There's no way. It's almost like if I ever have to get shot by a cop, I want it to be exactly like that. Because I am going to sue the shit out of I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue the police department, the city, the police academy for ever letting your stupid ass graduate. Like, I want everybody to pay for it because there's no way you're not going to win. There's no way. On that note, I want to go watch Fannie Willis, and I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. It is Friday, so I'm wrapping it up after just 4 hours. Look at me. It's a short show. It's only 4 hours. Please remember that tomorrow night, 8 or 9 o'clock, Winning will be doing Winning Saturday Night on his channel, and he'll be going over a lot of things that he likes to do. It's going to be very entertaining. It always is. There'll be clips, there'll be talking, there'll be discussions, there'll be a lot of laughing, but he will be covering the South Carolina Republican primary, and we will get to see, Trump talk, but I'm really interested in, like, whatever bullshit she's going to come up with, because I can't wait to see her lose in her home state. I think that's awesome. I'm there for it. I am signed up for it. I am ready. So that's Saturday night. So meet me there. I'll be in chat just hanging out. Come talk to me. And then Sunday, we have our show together. At 8 o'clock Sunday night, we start on YouTube and Rumble, and then we wind up just on Rumble. And we'll be going over the Power of Nightmares Part 3, followed by watching Demolition Man. So make sure you come by. We'll have our little, let's all go to the lobby. And then we'll go into Demolition Man, which I can't wait to see because I haven't seen it in years. And I love it. Could you imagine if we had those machines in all our apartments that every time we cursed it, like, spit out a ticket? I would have so many paper cuts because I'd be drowning in tickets. It'd literally be just wall to wall tickets in this place up to my eyeballs. And that's just for the day. Like, I don't see them ever having enough paper to supply those from my mouth. I just don't. So having said that, all of you, my degenerates, who I love so much, I will see you in the funny papers. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud, we'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Yeah, listen up. Let me tell you about a girl from Jersey. She was looking
so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down and see side lights and a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'd be a